Good afternoon, everybody. How is everyone doing? Welcome in, welcome in. It is 2 o'clock on Sunday, which means it is time for RCT. This is Andrelczyk Amusement Academy. I'm a real-life theme park designer who likes to play RCT and Parktect and all these fun games, and we're teaching how to build realism in the game, and by doing that, we are continuing our little park. It's not so little anymore, we're growing, I suppose, but hey everybody, welcome in. Welcome to everybody. Welcome Pertsunait. Welcome Backrack, J Moore, Tai Bye Bye. Had a lot of folks stop on by earlier. Things on Tracks. So last time around, we built out our little bridge here. We did our carousel roof and structure. Did this little dock and then kind of worked our way over to start the Boston area here with a splash battle and with a ship and some just general park layout type stuff. So I think this is the next target for us today-ish. I want to do a little bit of landscape modification beforehand before we jump right into that. And I also kind of want to look at this building here and see what we want to do with it. I've had a couple of different ideas as for what we could do with it. Yeah, so we had Gentle Theme today on as our intro music, but all the classics are really good. Yeah, Water's got that nice, I don't know, I guess mysterious kind of feel to it, and I was between Summer and Gentle today, so I thought I'll do Gentle. Maybe we'll do Summer next week if we'll think of warmer thoughts during the winter, although generally it hasn't been so bad down here in Florida, but lately, last couple of days, it's been a little cooler, a little windier, but it's supposed to get awfully chilly here in 2 nights. So we'll see how that goes. So we might as well also think about what this is going to be, and excuse me, what this is going to turn into, because it probably ought to be something just to at least give us some semblance of tying this whole space together. But I think we'll get there when we get there. I do think we can go ahead and put in, I had these set up for kind of one way in, one way out to these little food kiosks. So that way it kind of looks like a queue. We can set it up like that. Hey, and thanks, Tamor, for the subscription. I appreciate it. I do appreciate that very much. Thanks for the support. And welcome in, Rob. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully, we'll finish the park. We'll wrap it all up today. Not to mention, this has taken us about, I think we're about 24 hours in as of now. But we'll get there one day. It'll be a nice day when we finish this. And then we'll figure out what's next. So, thoughts on this building here. So I started to look into some Boston stuff, and actually maybe that's where we'll start. Let's jump over to... Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, is I feel like some of these things are going to be like, oh shoot, I remember when we did that like 6 weeks ago, and just never finished it, so now we're getting back to it. I am trying to put a better effort into this park to finish sections as much as I can, because typically I jump around a lot more, and it's really not conducive to explaining how to build. So we're trying to cluster it at least a little bit together. So I started looking into colonial Boston architecture and things like that. So I'm liking this building. I think this is going to be something that will have sort of as a centralized piece within our space. And kind of looking at the architecture of the spaces, we've got kind of nice open spots. We've got horses, carriages. Probably want to build a carriage for a photo op, perhaps. We have up to, it looks like, kind of 4 stories here as far as structures go, so we can use that for screening, especially if, for that dark ride that we want to do. We can go up to 4 levels, which is not bad. There's a lot of spires and things like that, which will probably limit a little bit, but not too hard. Here's some other artwork. I really like this kind of row house type set of buildings right here in the middle, because it seems like it's going to be pretty easy to kind of copy paste those across. There's some kind of fortification stuff back here, which I'm kind of into as well, and then also just looking at the seawall here, which has a little bit of a slope to it. No railing, which obviously we won't be able to do, but I do like sort of the what we've got going on with some of these towers here towards the edge. We've got, where are we? Not this one. This one, we've got some more detail as far as Boston Tea Party going on. So kind of aged looking type building. So this looks like brick with some stucco over top of it, with the stucco coming off and the brick showing through. So that's a detail we might be able to work with. There's that same picture again. Here's the same scene with a little more to the side, so we can kind of see what we've got to work with as far as a big plaza here. It looks like a lot of stuff has steps up into it, which is not too bad. We can figure that out. We'll have to put some ramps in there, of course, just to make it all reasonably accessible. This one I thought was kind of funny because it's just a very poorly drawn perspective of everything, but it does kind of show how important the spires were to the city. And there's this long stretch of row houses here, this like long kind of boulevard, I guess. But I don't think we have the space to do anything of any kind of length. So that's at least something. And then as we kind of look at the ships and everything, this is kind of the ship that we'll end up looking towards, this 3-mast type thing. So this was where I got the idea potentially to go over onto our space next to the Carousel. So this is apparently the house that Paul Revere owned for some amount of time. He was a silversmith, and I thought we could do either two things. We could do it like Dollywood, where there's a working silversmith in here, and guests could purchase just things kind of like Dollywood or Silver Dollar City does, or we could have this as sort of like a little museum type thing, a little walkthrough maybe, like we could build a little show building onto the back of the actual house and do it like that. So one of those couple options maybe. Hey Soap, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you were able to catch it this year. We're trying to go every week now rather than every 2 weeks, so we'll see how that holds up for a little while. Challenge we're going to run into with this one, as we did with some of the others, is these little overhangs between the first and the second floor. Like, we can do it, but we don't have the objects at the right depth to sit for the windows. So we'll see where that lands. So just kind of looking at some other different parts and pieces. Here's some more all kind of reinforcing that same architecture. I do like these window boxes that you see on the first floor in a lot of the buildings, and then also these signs that kind of stick out on the side here. These nice blade signs. Those are pretty cool overall. You can also see some half timbering here, and then also these timbers coming out to support this whole thing. So even if we can't get this thing to stick out, we can at least get it to essentially kind of support out on itself. So let's see what we can do. Let's head on back. Hey, Red Play. Oh, interesting. I didn't know Marcel was big into trying the architecture and everything. But yeah, it's a bit of a challenge as far as kind of setting that one up. One of the things that building did have that I liked was a nice brick wall. And granted, I don't know what of any of this is contemporary to the time, but it helps, I think, do a little bit of that. I think we would use this wall. Yeah, and that's the thing, is we are definitely going to be building this in the sense of probably not really doing this super historically accurately, as in we're going to have stuff from the 16s, the 17s, the 18s, all around there. My goal is to really keep it to like the late 1700s, but we'll kind of see where it all lands. So what we did with this building, which unfortunately kind of already looks like the Paul Revere one, so we might end up having to do something a bit different. This one, to simulate that overhang, we just used one of these blocks here on the front, which kind of worked, kind of didn't, but it at least gives it some kind of an overhang of sorts. Okay, so on this one we use the clapboard. Let's see, here's a wood wall. That could be an option. We're probably talking a 3 by something, because I want to do a I want to do a larger a backspace behind it. Google real quick, see if there are other buildings with Paul Revere or other photos. Okay, all right. So the backside of this shows an L-shaped building, which is kind of nice. Here, I'll pull over real quick so you can see what I'm seeing. Okay, this has got a nice little garden behind it and kind of comes out the side there. We could always do that to green things a little better. Wood, shingles, overhangs, nice big windows. Little pump here in the plaza. Yeah, so I think a silversmith type shop would be a neat way to go about it, just kind of based on what that history was. So if we reverse this a little bit here, let's. I'm debating if I want to pull this back or not. Like, I kind of want to pull it back just one, so we can at least have a little bit more plaza space. Not that we need a lot of plaza space, but it's not like we're hurting for area back here. We don't have to keep all this set up like it is. Let's bag it up. Okay. So, a big door of some kind, although it doesn't. This doesn't feel terribly theme park inviting, which is always part of the problem. And none of these houses looked terribly inviting, if we're being honest. But I guess it was more so keeping out the cold versus keeping in the theme park guest. Alright. The other challenge of this is, as a theme park perspective, how do we not make this look terrible and dark? We don't want it to be all really bland brown colors. As we say, brown is not a theme. Much as we might want to call it a theme, it's not. So that's the challenge. I am having a good 2022 so far. It has been alright. How about yours? We will go double height with this. And then we kind of have these smaller type windows up. Top with similar type shutters. Actually, no, those don't have shutters on the real one. Okay. It's more of a brown roof, but again, I don't think we need to go for a recreation of this. We just need to have a sense of what we're doing. Lots you can do with those things. This can be fun. So it can be relatively steep, although it's actually not super steep in real life. So we could, the next step down. Okay, so the next step down is this. We should probably stick with the 3. Okay. So we'll continue this across. And only we'll continue this across because you can really see it from all sides. So we don't want to go too incorrect as far as all that goes. We can see how this shows up if we rearrange it in Tile Inspector. I kind of want this to come in at a slightly lower elevation. There we go. So it's a little glitchy, but thankfully this roof hides a lot of sins as far as that goes. Okay, let's see. What are we going to end up using for upstairs? Do we use these elsewhere? We haven't used these yet, and I don't know if I like them because they don't offer a good depth behind the window. They feel like shutters to me more than a window. But if we up this, aha, on the half, on the quarter tile also. Yeah, I may look to do something like that. Like a silversmith type demonstration. And it would give a better area. I mean, this area as our collective for back of house doesn't really make a whole lot of sense here. Because we're not near any buildings. We're not near a service road. So it could make sense to have like a kiln and like a silversmith type shop. And then we would just put this as our access coming back. Because I wanted to do some level of like a silversmith type thing. And this may be our way to do it. Hey Mav, welcome. How are you? Football day today, or what's going on? Okay, actually this would let us basically open up this whole darn thing. So that might help us out a little bit. We're going to use a different wall than the... this, but I think this brown again is going to hide a lot of issues. What we use for overhang on this? We didn't. We do want an overhang. That's important. Either do Spanish or tile. I think I'm partial to the tile, I would say. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it's turning out so far. It doesn't have a super level of detail, but we're certainly thinking through what's going on with this whole thing. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you've got to put a good overhang on your windows to really help bring all that out. I am going to go ahead and paint this green just to give us some color and to tie it into this building. I think it needs it. Otherwise, it's just not going to look right. And this dark green is absolutely one of my favorite palette colors here. This sink goes down. We can probably get ourselves like a little... might be able to kind of set this up differently here. And we can kind of give this entry area of the house a little bit of a extra push to it. What we should do is just carry it across to the... get rid of that, get rid of that. We'll just carry it over this side. So many peeps now. What do you have? This doesn't feel like 1100 or 1100 peeps. It feels like more than that. But take it. And that way we'll carry this over. There's really no reason why the rest of this has to be the asphalt path, but I think it's good to stick that way for now. Some edging on here so it doesn't look too rough. And then we'll probably carry this wall across diagonally here. So thankfully Extreme has been listening to these the VODs of our streams and every time I ask him for an object, he's been noting it down, which is just absolutely amazing. And thank you very much, Extreme. And we have he sent me a couple of objects in progress so far. So we actually have objects in progress for the map, and I will be able to get pretty much everything that we were asking for before is now an object. So pretty cool and pretty cool to have. So I very much appreciate that. Curious. I don't know if we're gonna do this, but I'm just curious to see if I went and did an overhang. And I want to see how weird it would look if I fill it in. What was this called? This was wood wall. I'd like to see if there's a half version that exists. Basically, this guy, just in a different texture. Vertical wood pieces. Okay. Ah, so we do have that. He did make this wood block, which is cool. We'll use that. Hey, James. Welcome. Well, you could say that, but Extreme was picked over me on our team in head-to-head 9. He was the number 1 pick, and I was the number 2, and it is absolutely for a reason. We'll say that. I have not heard anything new on that. Now, granted, I think X7 has taken his time on some of those things, and I don't think he seems super in a rush to get anywhere, and he certainly seems like a perfectionist. So we could be waiting for a while is the short answer to that, and it's a shame, but hopefully it will happen at some point here. No. No. So for people who don't play with custom scenery, this is a downside in one case to custom scenery because you just don't really know what you have, but it's also an upside. And for everybody who always come when I ask about playing custom scenery and say, well, you know, it's just so many things, I don't even know where to start. Exactly. This is how you start. You just kind of say, okay, well, let's search for a couple keywords, let's see what we can do, and go from there. Those are going to be useful. That could be useful too. And then you just grab stuff as you go. Okay, so we don't actually have the right pieces for it, because what I would do in order to get this overhang right is basically just do this, which doesn't look half bad because it's just textured so much that you can't really even read it properly. We can put a kind of put an edging to it, and that may help our situation slightly. What do we say? 2. Yeah, the new save limits are just so nice. I mean, how many objects I've been able to select? That was 3, and this is 3. Okay. A chimney would help make that readable, for sure. And there is a chimney on the real one. I don't know if that came later or not. That's a freaking huge chimney. Holy cow. Because what we could do, let's say we did do this, is grab a red brick type something and Granted, it will be it'll be a different texture when we do take it. What we used here, use the whole one there. You can go up through like this, and that kind of tells us that there's an overhang there. We could also, if we, no, we can't, never mind. False alarm. I was gonna say we could get real fancy and run this up the side, but can't. Yeah, I'm happy with how this has turned out, except for this glitching of the tile inspector. Of this one. No, I suppose we could just go ahead and replace one of these pieces here with thing, I guess. Well, let's do this to give it some more depth. You can kind of line it like that. And then, as far as roof goes, would love to have a half object, like a half roof. That looks close-ish enough. All right. Oops. That's the secret, Mav. Jen's asleep right now too, which is why I'm building. Although she knows it's stream time right now, so that helps. We're learning. It has been wife approved, so that's exciting. Okay. For now, we're going to stick with that. Where's those two pieces that I got earlier? Are they on the... Because I bet you this can work. Ha! There we go. There we go. Nice little chimney bits. And then the other thing, and probably why I'm going to get rid of all these. It's an interesting idea, but it wasn't going to get there. Is lazy Sunday always works. This will get replaced with the other fence type here when have it. Right in the middle there. Welcome to ASMR RCT. ASMR RCT. Which is weird because I've actually had multiple YouTube comments over the time that I've been posting that have been like, oh, your voice sounds great for, like, just in general. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. I think it's one of those things where everybody hates hearing their voice on camera, which is absolutely correct because I cannot stand it. It's the worst, but here I am. The worst part is doing editing when you gotta listen to it and you're just like, cringe. But it will happen. I don't quite like that. Hey, BG, welcome. How are you this afternoon? Oh yeah, I'm sure. I used to like sing in a chorus, and it was just nothing that I could ever actually listen to. Okay, actually, there is no On that. They're headed to bed. Well, have a good evening and have a good sleep. It's an early rise, so I can understand it. We'll get some rest and hopefully have a good day tomorrow. Okay. Let's put it at this height. Alright, good job. Get that boost. I didn't have any trouble when I had mine, so hopefully it is the same for you. So, I bet you what we can do. Let's kind of put a little gate on the back here, and then this will open ourselves up to our little plaza back here that we'll use for the silversmith. Sounds like a worthy work day after all. Take it. Oddly, I had no side effects to any of the shots, um, which I'm really darn happy with. So we're getting there. But I know it was not all the same. Some of my friends had some pretty rough goes. Okay, so I think I probably have to expand this side if I expanded that side. The benefit to this is that we'll at least have some symmetry, and we'll also have the slightly different shaping on the back side here. Be good. We're gonna have a silversmith area back here. So this is the Paul Revere Carousel, and this is based on the Paul Revere house in Boston, and he was a silversmith. So we're gonna have a silversmith, like one of those places where you can watch them do like the silversmith type work back here, and you can buy the wares and all that. So kind of a nice idea to finally work into this space to actually use it for something. Yeah, I know I selected this wood block, now I just gotta find it. Well, we're a little too crammed in here for the for any werewolf stuff, but interesting thought perhaps, and you could always carry that through to the Salem area maybe. Still do need to fix those supports. New custom silversmith stall. We'll have to do something. We'll do some kind of either a building or like a covering out here for it, and then I don't know what we'll do. I guess it's just like a souvenir type stall. I would love to have, and I don't know how easy this is, only because I've just not really here it is. Only because I've just not really done it. Is I would love to have custom shops that would be able to select certain types of stuff. Like, you know, when you put a souvenir stall down and you can buy the little, what is it, the cuddly toy and the park map or whatever. It would be really neat to be able to have them say in their inventory silver or whatever, and all that. Yeah, I might have some of those done with, or some of the roof pieces done. I don't really feel the need that every roof piece needs to have its own side texture. Like, I think this is close enough in some instances, but it would be nice to have. It would be nice to have it. Okay, and what we can do too, I think, there was this one, and then this one was the quarter tile one. How does that sit up there? Oh, I see. As wall pieces or well, quarter thin pieces. Yeah, not a bad idea. This wood piece that I'm using is kind of non-standard, so um, I don't know if I want to add more to this type, but elsewhere that might be useful. It would be neat to get to that type of level where you could have the shingles and then the sides and say, okay, what is your roof type? What is your side type? And go that way. That could be fun. There are children playing outside my window, so if you hear screams, it's not me, I promise. Okay. Still not sold on this door just yet. It feels a little more appropriate, maybe. I don't know. Industrial. You can put kind of a little pad down here. What I'd like to do is have some benches along here. What kind of benches did we go with? The standard. Okay. I'm kind of holding steady at that 1100 type level of peeps. Um, is fine by me. And that'll carry over from the bridge, I think, or maybe from here. I don't like going from one color rock to the other, so the building may be our differentiator, so it's gray over here and red over here. We'll see. I do need a new big coaster. I can just like plump down one. Be like, hey, why don't we build this one? Peeps are gonna love it. You even get them to the station. Where is the station? Oh, sounds like a mess. Oh, I forgot we have our agility course here. Every agility course needs a maze, right? You can either do the agility course or take the maze. Oh, wow, you can raise the maximum amount of people in there now. Well, this is going to be crowded. Wonder how far you can go with this. Damn. We're still going. Oh, 255, alright. Well, depending on how stupid the peeps are, we could have a lot of crowded people in that maze. That's fun. Okay. So, we need a slightly different texture on top of this wall, I feel. Not pink. Texture. Okay. Do one of these sticks, probably this guy. We'll check back on those peeps in the maze here later. See how they're doing. Okay. Oh, does it? Oh, that's good. Is there another piece to this? It seems odd that. Let's check. Victorian. Victorian fence. Nope, it's just that one. What else do we have? Base K bucket of things. Take that. Music notes. Grass texture. Sidewalk pole. That may not be a bad idea for Boston. Actually, let's see how that looks. What that looks like. Hey Taylor. Oh. Yeah, the benches are doing good. I like those flat ones. I don't know. It works pretty well, I feel like. Well, it's not so much creativity as it is just you get the right kind of ideas and do some research for it, and then you're off and running. We can kind of set ourselves up like this. Only downside is if I'm going to have any parked vehicles driving in here, they will absolutely take out one of those. Just kind of knowing from experience. What I will do though, also from experience, is I'm going to drop one of these right in the center here. We don't get vehicles going out into this. Yeah, this is OpenRCT. We're on the new save format, which is the latest release for Open, which lets us do some super zoom. It lets us do select a whole bunch more objects than we might have otherwise. So we're using pretty heavy custom scenery here. And zero clearances and hacking and all that kind of fun stuff. So this is our little park so far, which we've built. And we've got a little ways to go, I would say. A long ways to go. There's a chance we could finish it this year, but not a good one. For the lighting thing, you have to let me know what you mean by that. As in, as in what happened? Oh, it's right for the dropout just then. We should be good to go. Okay. I do want to find something that we can put up in the top here in the eaves just from a window. We could actually just take our shutters from below and reuse them here. Is green going to be too much? Or might? Oh, I don't think that's too much. I think that works all right. It doesn't make sense architecturally because there's no way that you're going to have space here with this chimney going right through it, but I'm not going to ask too many questions right now. Okay. So a little bit oddball is the fact that we've got 3 different types of windows. What I'm hoping is that these 2 look close enough to the same that it's going to pass. Ah, we are on the half tile. Darn. I think I could put a nice little archway over top of there, but not gonna happen. Okay. So let's carry this fence back to here, since we want to be consistent. I'm also trying to see where our viewing areas are, because I don't want this all blocked. Like right from this side, the house blocks the entirety of the back of the house. From this side, we're looking at the back of whatever it is that we build. From this side, there's some trees in the way, and from this side, there's also some trees in the way. But this is our best shot. There's this guy here, but it honestly offers a little bit of nice foreground and background, so it may not be half a bad idea to leave that one where it is. It might be time we get the urban brick. Yeah, see if that works for you. And if not, you can definitely should post in the help channels, because there should be some good information on how to get that fixed. No, you don't need to uninstall the normal OpenRCT at all. It should just patch right over top of it. So this urban brick is what the base of that fence uses. The more we can move to that, potentially the better. Nothing else yet. I believe Extreme's already made us this as well. Oh, the shake ones come with the brick. That's going to be convenient, theoretically, for Boston. Okay, well, we'll just replace those a little bit later on. So, as far as access goes, we've got this whole thing coming back. A little bit of an odd indentation here is that there's not a whole lot of space. Like, I'd almost want to go another one back, maybe. But let's see where that lands. I think smaller is going to be better back here. Grab this guy. Hold it the right height. That way we know what we're doing. Put our trim pieces in here. We'll have to extend that overhang on the back too, I guess, as well, since we're doing the rest of them. Okay. All right, so what we need to figure out is what the best option for a silversmith is. So let's go back here. Let's, oops. All right, images. Images. There we go. Let's start with colonial silversmith. And I kind of see like a little bit of a shed type working area. Maybe made out of brick. This is nice with the heavy glass windows, the wood, and all the various tools. Some kind of a furnace. Here's a wood structure building. Well, that's getting a little larger than we want. We want just a little bit of, hey, glad you got it fixed. That's great. Okay, so there's some wood options. I kind of like this almost log cabin style of things back here. It would make sense to keep a same or similar structure. Fair enough, I need to do the same, but here I am streaming, so have at it. Okay, I'm going to put this building, or this, not building, it's a tree. I'll put the tree back so then we have a little bit of screening on this side. That way it sort of just hides the center port. Strongest Chicago style pizza. It's fine. It's not my favorite. To be honest, I prefer New York, but everyone is entitled to their opinion. My wife, being from Detroit and also went to school in Chicago, has a very different opinion in that Detroit and Chicago style pizza is her preference. But again, casserole. I mean, I guess you could consider it, but I don't know why you'd bother, to be honest. I would just consider it as a pizza. A cake. I don't know what defines a cake. That's a good question. Alright. So the deep dish isn't bad. It just ends up being just too thick in a lot of cases where I don't know. But the thing is that I'm not really a big fan of pizza sauce. So the thickness of the pizza and the pizza sauce itself does very little for me. But a deep dish isn't too bad. We have Giordano's around here and other ones. There's some pretty good stuff. We have Jets, which is Detroit style, which is pretty similar to Chicago. And to be honest, I don't actually know really what the difference is between Detroit and Chicago style. But I don't know. All right. Why don't we give this space back here? I'm thinking that we have. This is kind of no longer a fully back of house area, obviously, because we're doing this smithing. Oh. Damn. So, I actually have a command now for that. So, I went in and added a couple commands. Exclamation mark shots for when I forget. So feel free to suggest other commands if you've got them, because I figured I guess I always knew how to do it. I just finally stopped being lazy and did them. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with Stream Elements. I just haven't really bothered thus far. But all right, let's grab ourselves this wood floor. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, because in my opinion, the best way to set this up would be facing behind, or facing with its back to the train, kind of facing out across the river. But it would make sense that this is just an outbuilding that the train faces, and then you got, I don't know, like a row of seats here or something. Because there is a nice garden space in the back of the real house, which seems worth doing. See if I can find a picture of that. That was longer than usual before anybody caught that one. Okay, it looks like there's like a water pump in the middle. And a curb with some barrels. It can be tough to take an architectural idea and translate it into something that's that reads well in the game. The best thing that I can suggest is just look for the forms. Don't try and recreate it exactly, but look for the forms. So we're gonna risk this again. Nope, not that one. This one. So in this house that we've been building, we've got our dark wood walls. We've got our general L-shaped layout. We've got our shake roof, shingle type roof. We've got pretty big windows with some shutters, a couple of varieties. We're gonna look to do this little pump maybe, and some things like that. What you don't want to get bogged down in, and what you see an issue with quite often is, saying, okay, well, there's 5 windows up top here. We've got to put 5 windows in. You don't need to. Translate it into the game. The scale of the game is different than the scale in real life. It's why I say you should never match the. It's why you should never match the exactly, because it's just going to end up being gigantic, and it really is just not going to look good. So in general, you want to scale down for RCT. Like when people talk about building a giga coaster in the game, never ever 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 make it 300 feet by game height standards, because it's going to look awful, and it's just going to look really rough and big. And let's kind of, for example, all right. We're going to build a hypercoaster. Typically, I'm going to go with a steep lift hill, but even if I didn't, going with our lift up, where we started at 55 feet, and to me, this is about where I would max out, 185 or so. You could go bigger, but especially if you're not doing like a vertical drop, this is about as far as I would suggest going for what I'd consider a coaster at like the 200-foot level or so. And Giga Coaster, obviously you can go a little bit taller, but once you get too much taller, then it just looks stupid, especially when it comes to your big drop, because especially if you want to go vertical, you kind of have to smoothly go vertical like this. You can't extend it out, because that looks especially stupid. And then you can kind of do this, but that also looks terrible. But yeah, no blenders. Can't. I suppose you could just, there you go. New from SNS. How our peeps are doing. Not too many have gone in here. I don't know if they're just not into it, or... Welcome back. Is my maze not popular? 12%. Ouch. That's what are the stats? Alright, fair enough. Let's screw with this maze for a minute. Oops, not rides list. Mini maze is 40. Alright, so this is now an ultra extreme excitement maze. See how that goes. Let's 2 people on ride. You're gonna love it, I promise. Amazing. Bye. Alright, so the somewhat annoying thing with this is we're just not going to have a great visual of this whole thing. What's that? Are there peeps stuck where? Well, it's just them being stupid at crossing the bridge. Oh, and around the merry-go-round? We get our cue there. I think some of them are probably, circular holding pattern trying to get to some of these things, but there's just nowhere for them to go, really, and we've crammed in a lot of people. Let's see where they're headed. Heading for twist. Oh, okay. We ran into this before. The music stall that I used to make music for the intro is under here, and all the peeps were trying to get to it. So that would have been it. Okay. The one thing I'm a little not worried about, but what I don't want to do for this is this house is only, call it 3 by 3 minus 1 in the corner there. So I don't really want to make this little outbuilding outbuilding any bigger than 2 by 3 because that's going to look really out of scale. So we'll probably go a little bit smaller, perhaps. Can you imagine the peeps? They're just hearing some gentle music coming from somewhere. No idea. It's over the hills somewhere. They're darn well going to find it, and I guess somebody decided to put it on the map, too. I don't know whose idea that was, but they should be fired. I think what I want to do, let's figure out what the best option is for wood here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder if this went brown, if it would make, or gray, if it would make any difference. I guess it's meant to be wood. I was trying to think if you could make it into some kind of almost a sheet metal. Yeah, the brown's there for a reason. Looks less like a silver shop, more like a barn at the moment, but I think we can get there. So this goes on the inside here. Grab this. Okay, so we need a. What do we need? You need some storage. This will be storage. Slightly annoyed that I don't really have a good. No, none of the commands work right now. Unfortunately, it was the new save format kind of killed all that. So we're waiting for Ollie414 to fix it whenever he's got time. Although he's a little busy with real life, I believe. So whenever it can get fixed, it will. There were some pretty cool commands in there too, and a couple of them that I pulled out because otherwise it would really screw around the park if you wanted it to. Okay, so I do have this apparently somewhere. Order trim. Now where is it? For whatever reason that one didn't save. Okay. But you could do one where it would absolutely scramble all of the colors. Like literally every color would be just a random color chosen. And I tried it once on like a full size park, and it was wild. First of all, it lagged the thing like crazy, and then secondly, it changed every single color. And being that there's no undo button in RCT, you were pretty well screwed. So I said, you know what, I like having chat interaction, but not that much chat interaction. We're gonna leave it at that. Okay. From the palette. Okay. I suppose we could always do like a little dock out here. I mean, why not? Got the space. I always like these um, little back areas. Um, so for the workbenches, you can download them from a number of spots. So new element, nedesigns.com, is where I post most of my stuff under Cedar Point 6. Um, and that's where you can get a lot of benches with good objects and everything. So every park that you download that's got custom objects, once you open it, all those objects are automatically added to your files. So I use the Extreme 97 2021 workbench. Um, the this one here. So if you go to new element and you go to the search bar and select by members and search for Extreme 97 here, just with an X in front, you can look at his parks and find this workbench. You can also search for the tag workbenches or workbench, and it should pull up a number of those as well. So those are a couple different options you've got for it. Um, and there's a lot of nice options for playing around with stuff. And really what I've got is I always start with a workbench. Like I start with extremes and then I modify all of it as I'm going. So using the object selection here, you can check off, check on. You can select a certain palette. So like for example, right now we are using the English palette with extra gray, which basically takes your standard colors and um, adds them to or changes them around to something like this. So if just for funds, if we go take this off, I don't actually remember what the, and we just do natural water. So this is what our game would look like in the natural palette right now. You can see which colors were replaced. So not so good. I believe there was not an English. Well, there was an English palette one, but it was reworked later on. So English palette 2 debuted in head-to-head 8 on New Element with Durham, Streets, and Knockworth Park, which is around one park from my team at the time. And Liam, who did this palette, was working on it through the whole park design. And the ending park, or the palette that shipped out with the park, was English palette 2. So I believe that would mean he had one, but then adjusted it a little later on, and that's what stuck with it. But yeah, I have got a lot of palettes, and honestly, it's the same as the other objects and everything. It all downloads with it. So whenever you download a park, you get the palette with it. Okay, let's. I feel like this this little dock here would at least clue us into the fact that something's going on in this back area, because you kind of, I would imagine most guests aren't going to find this back here unless they're really interested in it. Which, speaking of, we should probably put some signage out front. Okay, so if you go to the search bar on the top right, and you can either search for workbenches you select tags as the search option, and then search for workbenches, or you can just search for Extreme 97, or just that. Just take JMorph's link right there. Thank you. To be honest, that should be a command. We do get the question on palettes quite often. Palettes, workbenches, things like that. I ought to put a couple frequent links in there, and then that would be easier to pull up. That may not be a bad idea. Quick reference guide or something. Okay. So we'll this. Ah, that was on the inside. Here we go. Not quite in the right spot, but okay. One, two. I see this one's just low. That one shouldn't be there. And also, too, if you're just starting out with getting back into the game or getting into the game in general, the your friend is shortcuts. Just being able to build a little bit quicker. Now, granted, I don't use tile inspector shortcuts, but I do use like the rotating scenery. I use Z4. I use Enter to rotate the camera. Things like that that are just pretty useful. I would imagine there's probably some workbenches out there that are going to start to have those pretty soon, so it wouldn't surprise me here before very long that we have something for it. Okay, let's Actually, that works. Yeah, this shallow slopes is a pretty useful one too. So the matter, for the most part, half diagonals were only a thing slightly during the Grand Tour on New Element, and then definitely during Head-to-Head 9. So really, if you've downloaded a lot of those parks, you're going to have a much better option or a much better ability to have the right stuff in your objects list. I'll just carry this the whole way over. Okay. Yep, just open that park in the game, and that's how you get all the stuff. It'll show up in your object stuff. So that's one of the convenient things with this game over something like Architect, where you have to download all the mods individual. Okay. So we might as well carry that fence, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've been playing RCT 1 since it came out in '99, and then RCT 2 since the since that came out in 02, I guess. And it's amazing how much it's changed, for one, and just how easy it is to do some of the stuff now that took ages, even we'll say 6 years ago. Doing certain hacks and custom stuff was an absolute major pain in the rear. The biggest difference between 1 and 2 is scenery. The fact is you didn't have walls and roofs in uh, open the park. So open RCT2 and then yeah. Sorry, you're right. But yeah, the biggest difference between 1 and 2 was 1 doesn't have walls and roofs and things like that. It just had land textures. So really, if you wanted to build a building in 1, you were basically doing this and saying, okay, well, it's got a wood, and they had like wood textures, the stuff that you can get now with the new save format. So your building was this with land, and then it would just tunnel into it and things like that. You didn't have wall pieces, you didn't have roof pieces, you couldn't raise scenery, you couldn't do any of um, that sort of work. Um, you had to just use the existing scenery. You could use trainers that came out later on. It's the same sort of deal as the RCT 2 trainers, just for 1, where it would let you raise stuff, lower stuff, create different bits and pieces. But it was definitely a challenge to make it look any kind of realistic, for sure. Okay. How do you put stuff in the building? In the building, as in, like, what do you mean by building? You mean so shops and stalls are just right here in the rides list. So shops and stalls are here at the end. So if I want to put stuff into this building, I'll just drop the fry stall in there, connect it with a path, and then open it up. Really, I'm not super worried about those just yet. And you can see we've got some stuff in here. We'll end up making those invisible a little later on. But that's how you do it. Okay, so we want to go back and put this trim. We missed this earlier here as we were going through. This one. So right now, especially, we're not playing for the peepability of, well, not peepability, but for the general game mechanics. Like, I'm not trying to achieve certain ratings. I'm not trying to achieve certain um, values, things like that. I'm building largely for just scenery, and then after afterwards, I will make sure that it becomes able to be used by the peeps, just so they can at least kind of simulate the look of it. Kind of interesting. There's a gap there. Am I just placing stuff off the thing, or is that... Ah, interesting. So if you have it both... Huh, so there is a little bit of a gap. It's not quite the full length. How's our maze doing? Oh, we got a lot of people in there now. What are we up to? 24? Yeah, RCT has other stuff like fireworks shows and all that. The downside of RCT is that it just doesn't look good. It's a really ugly game as far as just the peeps and the just everything really. But custom scenery can make it look pretty good. And it can look pretty nice. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, RCT3. I mean, it was top notch for the time, but it's just rough. I played it. I won the game with an RCT2 park for a contest that was going on RCT2.com, and I played it for a couple weeks, and then I just couldn't anymore. It just wasn't doing it for me. And like I said, that's not... Everybody's got their own favorites for their own reasons, and that one just wasn't doing it for me. So I went back to RCT2, and this is what I'm doing now. The isometric really helps the overall look of it. I think the fact that you're taking, I like the fact that you're taking a a ride that operates, that you build on a grid system and putting it into 3D like in RCT3. It's gonna make it look janky, and unfortunately it did. Um, that was the downside of that. Do I want maybe here? Use this. Am I gonna miss that if I take that out? I don't think I am. Okay. Alright, where's that door that we were using before? A little less obvious door back here. So what we can do is make this shop kind of a walkthrough shop as well, so you can go in the front, but you can also go out the back, and then you could step down here and see everything. I'm debating if I want to put stairs, because I kind of want to just have some sort of little bit of uniqueness there. Maybe it's just a step. Maybe it's just nothing. I like the idea of a terrace, but I just don't think we've got the space to work with back here. let's grab this nice big picture window. This on the back. There we go. And then I will put a employees only door on the back side here, which we'll call kind of the storage space. Grab one of these guys, make it blend in. Go. Do we use the wood fence anywhere else around here? If not, but we did use it back here with the brown. I think we'll just actually have it out in the open. There's no reason why it's got to be screened. I don't have a tree here that could be used for being good as a bush. Because the problem with the Inoki cypress is that it comes to a point. I think this is the one that I want as a bush. Either that or that guy is not a bad idea. Don't really want it to be the same as the trees because we don't want to change that too much. We'll just stick with this. Alright, so sink that down just a little bit. Give ourselves a bush. Try and hide a little bit of the ugliness of the edges there. Corners always end up looking a little funky. There you go. Okay. And I think it would be reasonable to take this fence and just dye it into the side of the building here. Still tough to see. But we're getting better. Let's figure out what we want to do here. So I've got this as just kind of two pieces hanging down, but I don't think I want it to be bigger. We also need that silversmith sign, don't we? Go. Do the same here. Yeah. Okay, so as far as details go, we'll need some kind of like a brick oven. And we'll need some tools. Keep kind of going back and forth here, looking at the silversmith photos we were looking at earlier. Yeah, broken wheel is a good look, just in general. Feels like you've got the overall. Oh, you can color it. Look at that. Okay. I should have the barrels and everything too, which we'll definitely want those. We have to work with here. Solid corner piece. Make sure I'm using the right stuff for this, and how far we want to have it back. Like, do I want to just build this? We should see how it looks. Let's, or we say no to it. This makes more sense as having it set up like this. As much as I don't necessarily want it to be this way, it's symmetrical and it works. Okay. Make sure that sets at the right elevation. The other thing that I'm struggling with right now is this brick wall, because it really ought to continue along, I would think. And instead we're coming through here with this fence, so you can see this all from the train. I don't think we want to do that. I could see maybe us doing a half wall. Like, maybe we do this, and then that's a little more visible from the train. Theoretically, although I haven't seen the train run for a while. Did I close it? Did it just break down? Oh, it is closed. Open that back up. Yeah, I guess my thing was I didn't want it to be inconsistent, and without a with this, like, basically 2 tiles worth of length for this little brick fence, the rest of it just felt really inconsistent. Whereas these columns are also inconsistent. We'll just drop it sooner. Damn it, I keep deleting that one section of path. Okay. I will put these pieces on the inside. I don't think it needs it. I think the only one that's needed is the transition from larger to smaller fence. It'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, now it's time for our trusty wood pole. Yeah, we haven't really moved. Let's be honest. We're just trying to get this looking a little bit better. I think we're getting there. To be honest, I do think we are making some progress. I'd love to get some kind of a nice tree there, but I know with the overhang we can't, so we'll just bring in a bush. Yeah, I don't hate it. You know, we're progress is progress, no matter how it goes. It's just whatever we can do. I had pulled all those Boston drawings or pictures, kind of hoping we would get to some level of something with it, but not yet. That's okay. We will get there. Okay. All right. What flowers are these? Two color red. Look at those for here. Yep, I know what you mean. You know, you can pour hours and hours and hours into something just to make it look just right. But I think it's worth it in the end. As long as you're happy with how it turns out. We probably have a well over here too. I know we had the well over here. I think I saw Extreme had a brick one. There comes the train. Nice to finally see that. There you go, a small brick well. Let's see how our maze is doing. 21 still. Needs to be harder. Well, we don't have a name for it yet, so until then, we will name it the Hype Train. Alright, so this tree is the one that is currently in the way. And actually, that opens it up completely. That's perfect. And I think if I take this one, then I can see everything as far as that goes. Now, unfortunately, this opens up our back area here, which I think if I put one back there, be okay. See about this big tree. Yeah, that works. That works just fine. I did have a comment that when I was doing this earlier that I should look at more mulch planters rather than just plopping down all this on grasses. But I will. I'll have to look into that because this is the place to do it if we do it. Hmm. Yeah, probably worth doing a Liberty Tree at some point here. Take our page out. We'll get a big guy for it. It'll probably be one of these guys. Well, I like the more, the more see-through type ones, but we'll see what we can do with it. It's kind of why I like this nice big tall one. Is not only is it a good tree, it's see-through. Well, in this case, we're gonna forego the realism aspect of that and pick the one that's gonna be the best look for what we can visualize in here. There's a hidden extra piece. Okay, so what are guests gonna do back here? They're gonna interact in some way. So we'll have some kind of a gate, I guess. And we should have fences that they can like walk up to and look at it, but they can't like look but don't touch sort of thing. Maybe it's set up like this where the guests can come watch if they want, and we can even set up some benches for them. What do we have back here? Oh, gone. A long weekend. I do like the bucket of things. That's going to be entirely useful. Right, make it silver. Okay. Have those. Should have some barrels because everybody likes a barrel. If it was a little shorter, I would use it as a seat. We do over here. Just use the wood pieces. Scenery bench, I'm sure we've got some. That's a nice bench and table. Get this one because we can color change it. This one's got some more detail to it. Okay, so we'll put those benches there, and then we can at least have something. And probably what's worth doing is the peeps should be able to, looking at scenery there, I think if you, I guess I need to check this game mechanic more so, and this may be a Marcel question. But if I start to build a ride, yeah, watching construction of Virginia Reel 1. Question is, if I make it invisible, you still watch it? Okay. We caught one, at least. Caught 2, caught 3. Okay. So what I want to do is and I think it's within like one tile path, although we might as well make it closer if we can, right? Like right here. And we'll call this watching construction of silverwares. Yes, is what you would call it, right? I don't know. So my hope is that now, once we make that invisible, the peeps are going to come up and watch it. As long. I don't want him. Come back here, pink shirt. There you go. Alright, yeah, watching construction of silverwares. Ah, cool. That worked out. So we will make that invisible. What are these guys watching? Is this the train? Alright, they're watching the hype train. That's a screenshot right there. Love it. Love it. That's fantastic. Okay. Alright. There we go. I was going to say, I know I have a thinner piece somewhere. Let's continue that across. Let's build ourselves a roof peak here, roof peak here. Okay, so next up is, there's that. I'm gonna bring it right up through here. Oh yeah, it's so easy to, well, once you hit the object limit once, like it always seems like it's one of those things just so far off and difficult to hit. And then as soon as you hit it once, it becomes incredibly easy to hit the object limit literally every single time after that. Because once you're at a certain detail level, you don't really want to go back. So you're just kind of there and you've got what you've got and you're gonna hit it or not. Okay. This will become a future peep jam, is my prediction, once we build all the stuff back here. they're all going to be trying to find this bobsled coaster. Of course, so is everybody on the stream, because we've been saying we're going to build something for the last while. One day. All right, so make the bobsled yourself. That would be fun if there was a way to build something that like the peeps would jump on command. Now we've done it before. Actually, Mavericks and I did it in Tokyo Dome City Park, where we did a maze hidden maze over top of a crowd of people. So it looked like there were people milling around, and there were also people jumping up and down, kind of like a mosh pit almost. Turned out really cool, I thought. That was a fun idea. Okay. That one was the Lumeria Park, that where there was the walkthrough, which is actually just a ride of peeps, but you could set a train worth of peeps, so they would go through in groups, which I thought was a really clever idea. All right. Here's silver things. I don't know what this is, but it's silver now. Yeah, that's fair. It still blends together for me once it all happens so quickly, and you're just kind of like, I know there were parks and they were cool, but which ones were when? Those are lights. I'm just throwing various things back in here. Where's those lights? Lanterns, these guys. Nope. These guys. Nope. These guys? No. Come on. Door. This one. Frontierland lantern. There it is. Hey. Oh my god. I like that. That one's good, actually. Alright, that one is good. That was the best so far. Welcome back, Soap. Hey, no worries. You're fine. As usual, we haven't done very much. Um, Alright. Oh, hey, thanks for your subscription, Lexer. I appreciate it. We've been we have a little bit of a chaos stream, but it's been good. We found so far that the maze now supports a lot more people than it did before. It used to be like 24. Now you can do 255. So we have our options here. You can either take the agility course or the maze. So we're trying to see what they're gonna do. But we've been building our house here based on Paul Revere's house that he owned in Boston. Granted, it's not within the city like that one is, but it worked well here across from Paul Revere's Carousel. And he was a silversmith, so we built a little silversmith area back here. And we're going to... We made an invisible ride underneath it here, so theoretically the peeps will stop and watch the ride get constructed. We'll see. I haven't seen anybody stop just yet, but they will hopefully at some point stop and watch the ride, and then it'll look like they're watching the demonstration. Yeah, so I changed it from a staff area, and the reason being is I had wanted to incorporate the silver thing somehow, and I thought I was just going to do it inside the building, but it was a good suggestion from Bye earlier that it would, that a like actual kind of smithy area like you would see at a Dollywood or Silver Dollar City could be useful. So kind of combine the two ideas of the suggestion plus what I had wanted to do, and now we've got a little area here in the back that works. And it makes sense to get rid of it as a staff area only because there's no service area near it, which is correct. So there's no service road. That would be a good place for supply. And there's really not... It doesn't really work as like a commissary location to supply other locations because there's nothing around it right now. We figure everything in Boston here is going to be supplied somewhere within the space, and everything over here has a little back of house here, or the actual back of house, which is a lot closer on this side. So I think it's probably best to rework it as something. So we reworked it as this, and I think it's not a bad idea. Okay, and then we did want to put a little thing here. I was really hoping we could get a nice little cover for this. Let's just search roof real quick. This might be a little bit of a search, but hopefully we'll find something quickly for those. Or was that? Flat roof texture dithered. Oh, that's not a bad idea. This is my weekly figure out what objects exist portion. Nothing yet. I do still think we'll get to a little bit of Boston here by the end. I'm not quite sure to what level, but I think we will. But I did do my research and have a couple of buildings that we want to build, and I'm thinking through kind of what the plaza is going to look like and all of that. So it'll be something for those details. Oh, here's a shake roof trim. Ah, here we go. I think that should work. I would imagine that'll be in here. Or not, it might be in here. Or it might be nowhere. The downside is trying to find the objects once you get them. I've got to be in here somewhere. Rid of some of those half diagonals eventually. Aha! Aha! Ah, here at B. Oh. Ooh, the wind's picking up outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but it's windy. Thanks very much, Rob. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you coming out. All right. Now, does it look stupid and just not be supported? Yeah, it kind of does. I don't know what to support it with because I really don't want to do a 4-post thing. When are you coming? Are you coming tomorrow or Tuesday? Because it's supposed to be the coldest of the year then. It'll warm up after that, though, and it should be pretty good. But we had a big storm come through this morning, tornado warnings, all that kind of fun stuff. And then it cleared out pretty quickly. Now it's been raining all day, and it's been just kind of gray and just kind of but that rarely lasts. You should end up having pretty good weather by the time you're down. Okay. Well, good, Taylor. I'm happy that you got what you needed, and thank you, Jay Morph. I appreciate that helping out. Oh yeah, if you have the ability to switch it, it may not be a bad idea just based on the temperatures as they are, and certainly don't want you to miss anything. Okay, that helps us build back some trees to at least cover that a little bit there. Let's look at what we're doing here. We need some bushes just to help screen this off just a little bit. Then let's grab a little bit of our lake bottom here, just to give that a little bit of texture so your eyes aren't drawn to the lack of stuff up top. And I'll do that. And where's the other one? I know we've got. Yeah, the willow trees I just love in this game. They always add so much kind of atmosphere to the overall space. Actually, this colored bushes may not be a bad idea. Here we go. Spin, spin, spin. That way we'll give this some color. And then I can kind of come back and do that a little bit. Okay. So let's save real quick, because I do want to give this mulch thing a try that was suggested, because I don't really, or have not really done this in the past. But it may not look bad. Get all these down. And then we just gotta drop this below surface. Oops. That would have been bad. I'm glad we're okay. That would have been very bad. Okay. So kind of standard brown, I think. Oh no, it's all going to show up like that, isn't it? See if it shows through. If it doesn't show through, I'm less concerned about it. Okay. You can't really see it, and that's feeling all right. Okay. There was another comment that these topiary type trees didn't really fit the overall aesthetic. I don't necessarily disagree. I'm just not quite sure what else I would put in there. Because I like the idea of having some kind of a tree, and maybe it's these ones here. I'll go over here, so let's say that. That's not a bad idea, perhaps. I don't know if I want to change anything here though, because I do kind of like some kind of a tree sitting around here. I just don't know what I want to do. Excuse me, and what may fit the best. But this seems like an improvement. I don't know if you guys think so. And then, question is, do we build this out today or do we leave this? Because I don't have anything offhand that I want to do with it. But this feels pretty good. Yeah, it is too tall. I would agree with that. I think G-Wood has made a bunch of smaller trees. Those textures are bad on that one. Let's see, I thought G-Wiz made smaller ones. I know Goomba did. Problem is to look past all the 1K objects. I think it might take a while. The bamboo. Yeah, trees can be tough. You really have to pick. You got to start out with a very good selection of trees and make sure there's, I don't know, at least 6 probably, and then just kind of work slowly through mixing them and just making sure that you've got a good variety. The potted plant doesn't look good. Round gardens could be useful. I don't know if we have those or not. When you do your forest, do you use the tree tool or do you place them all individually? That'd be my first question. Yeah, that's good. So you don't want to use the tree tool for one. It just isn't not a good look. Just while I'm going through here, I might as well get some of these. That a wheel. Oh, Paul Revere. Uh, he's Revere. He is most noted for his midnight ride through the town, notifying people that the British were coming so they could muster their troops and head them off, which ended up leading to the first official skirmish of the Revolutionary War. Here's our marking trees. Try this one. I don't think it's gonna look right. I think it's gonna look weirdly textured. I think the British won that first one, so. But I did. I know it was in the cathedral, or the not the cathedral, the church steeple. I think it was that there was supposed to be hung the lights, the one if by land, two if by sea. So we have the two here. And yeah, there was another guy. There were two guys actually, because I was reading about it last night. And I guess for whatever reason, Paul got the credit. I don't know what he did differently than everybody else, but I guess he had the better PR department. It is a good name. Okay. So we did that mulch. And then I guess the question is, does this become mulch too? Which, let's see. Let's see if this looks good or silly. Thing is, I just need to understand how to build with mulch because I just haven't really done it. G-Force is kind of the master at it, I feel like. No, there we go. And my problem is it's going to bring in a lot of brown, but it does look better to his point. Well, typically you don't have trees growing out of it, but how do you get to the you mean the level of zoom or the what do you mean how do I get to? Oh, it's under the cheats section here. So there's object selection, um, tile inspector cheats, all that kind of stuff. You got to enable it first, so it's under options and where is it? There's certain toolbars that you can check on. Show toolbar buttons for cheats. Here it is. That's under the gears tab under options. Okay, so that doesn't look half bad with the mulch there. I probably will stick with that. Maybe we'll carry that through. Ooh, excuse me, through to some other areas. Man, I am tired today. I think we have the 1K fog piece too. As we can add more objects now, the need for a search function within the object selection is much more necessary than it was before. Okay. So which of these guys looks most like a silversmith? Probably the handyman, because he's carrying stuff. Okay, we'll just call him silversmith. 1369. Wait. Oh, it's not speed, it's energy. Staff set energy. 1369 0. There we go. That's better. That is true. We should call him Paul. That's not out of the question. 4 weeks. I would ping Liam or Posix or CC9 on Discord and just ask them kind of where the queue is, and see what they have to say, because they may be just backed up. I know we're working on the awards and everything like that, so it may take a little while to get everything running, but certainly 4 weeks is starting to push it. Not totally, but it's getting closer. Oh, not good. I don't like the two color texture there. I guess it must be opposite. Actually, I kind of like that coloration a little bit better. Um, Can't hit it this way. Wait, nope. No. Select. There we go. Damn it. Control is not where it should be today. There it is. Alright, all set. So aside from something to support this well, I think we're pretty nearly done in this spot. So we do want to bring our guests through the door. And hey, welcome back. And out this side. Thanks, it's coming along well. That was a mistake, though. Oh, come back. Nadine. There we go. Alright, so we do need to connect up these things. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad that it turned out. Alright, so we can connect through in both directions here. And then I think for this, I only want this to connect inwards. So that way I don't get totally inundated with people back here. We will get them into the building at least. And then we'll put our souvenir stand in here. Revere's Silver Shop. Okay. Yeah, I feel like we're really starting to get a better hang on how some of these things are looking. And I'm pretty pleased with how this is all turning out. Okay. I don't think I'm going to run pathway back to here. Only because I just don't really want guests wandering about. But let's see where we are now. We did take a jump in guests. I wonder if that was opening the train. They do love that train. The hype train. It's a good question. An open door would make more sense. Question is if we can get one that looks nice enough. Thanks, James. Appreciate that. Once we've got just the pieces here that we can do essentially like this guy. We can set it up again like this. I just don't know if that's the right look. Maybe I just need to get an object made that would work for that. So that may be something extreme for when you watch the VOD for this. I would like to have some kind of a door that, or a door object that basically doesn't take up the whole tile, like it's this kind of size, but it looks open. So I don't know if that's like a full tile object that sits there, and then the guest can walk through it. I don't know how glitchy that might be, but it would be cool to have something like that, because I don't think we really have those sorts of objects at the moment. So that's my suggestion, or request, I guess. Okay. We've got our signage, which is what we want. Are there other signs that we have that might be good to have as well? Might not be a bad idea to have these sort of like almost like historical placards. Back here. And then this one kind of explains what the silversmith is doing. So that way we're covered. Okay. Okay. When that goes away, anything else go away? It just looks better all around. Ah, that's ideal. Great. We do have our supports over there. That's coming along. Eventually we'll smooth this side a little bit, make that looking better. Okay. So, we're going to call this temporarily wrapped up for now. We still have a couple of buildings here, and one of these days we'll do a kind of fill in sort of thing where we go back through and fill in this building, finally work out what these two buildings are going to be, and then we'll really call this area done, at least to some level of finish. The next big area that I'm pretty sure we're going to focus on, at least this is the way that I'm setting up right now for, is Boston. So Boston's got a couple things. It's got the splash battle in the harbor. We've got some kind of boat that would be kind of cool to make a walkthrough on if we can make it work. I was trying to do something with it last time with pathways that we could turn into miniature golf, a miniature golf ride or something, but I just haven't gotten a good look to it yet. So, we're not there yet. Maybe we'll figure that out. We're gonna have the teacups, the Boston Tea Party. We're going to have a dark ride. I think I am leaning more towards a Hey Tegro, welcome. Thank you for the thank you for joining. Yeah, that's you get the old Snow Cups ride. I can have that selected. I'll get the custom. I got the Amazing Earl one, so you can grab this guy and call it a day. But we're gonna do a shoestringed version of that, which should be fun. We'll put it under a nice cover and everything like that. The big challenge we're gonna run into, especially with that one, is it's big. I mean, we can see this ride ended up being a 4x4, which looks pretty okay with the buildings that are surrounding it, because these buildings tend to be a little bit on the smaller side. But this one's a 5x5, just based on how we do the ride itself. So we got to figure out where that goes, because it could very easily dwarf everything else, especially if you put a cover over top of it. Because if we put a cover on it, it's going to be the biggest building that we've built in the game so far on this map, being even bigger than our one coaster station here. So we don't want to go too hard on that, I don't think. We want to be careful about where it goes. Like, I think it doesn't want to be too comparative to other buildings in the space. So earlier we were looking at some not renderings, but just old photos of what Colonial Boston looked like, and there was some, like this one right here. We've got this like central meeting house kind of thing. We've got a bunch of these sort of 3-story row houses, and all that. You can be. I'll drop you around the Boston Tea Party, then you can complain to all the guests in line and try and change their mind. I like this one. Did I have a larger shot of this? Yeah, here it is. I liked this one because it has these really nice kind of row house type things, which should be relatively easy to copy, paste, replicate a little further along. This is that meeting house again, which I kind of like. There was something where I'm trying to find out where I had it marked. Maybe I don't have it now. There was a photo that I had found that had like a little fortress at the very end of the the dock, or I guess the dock. And I thought that would be a really nice option for the thing that we've got out surrounding the base defensive at Fort Hill. Let's see. These buildings are awfully chunky, which would be a little too much for where we're going. Oh, good, Soap. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that'll get released out. A lot of times they like to do batch releases like that, and I don't know how often those come, but I think it's just kind of as there's stuff to be had. So it'll be good to get that out of there. Aha, here it is. So the North Battery, Colonial Boston Harbor. Now this is pretty big. It's got a whole building inside of it, and arrows are just places for viewing and everything. But I think that could be a cool option for out here, especially if we extend this one more, because it kind of clips a little weird right through here. So what we may do is go one more out. That'll sit a little nicer. And maybe we have either this direction or this direction, probably that direction, a somewhat fortified space. Then I guess we'll just put like a little 2x building attached to it. Maybe it'll have some kind of something in it. I don't know, food, drink, whatever. This will be a little bit narrow here, especially when we have the peeps kind of zigzagging their way along, but that'll be okay. We can manage that. Out of curiosity, are these peeps lost? Or are they just wandering? Nope. These guys are still lost. Heading for Paul Revere's right. Okay, he found it. He pulled out the map literally standing in front of it. Interesting. Scenery is great. It's too crowded here. Yeah, that's fair. It is absolutely too crowded. Okay. So, what I want to do, looking at the overall space that we have here, is I wanted to adjust some land. Sorry about my chair. WD-40 on this thing. Before we get too far, I want to make sure that we're at the right elevations for everything. Before we had talked about sinking this in into the landscape, and I really like that idea still. And I'd kind of like to do the same. Which means bringing this whole thing down, but not just a little bit, like, I don't know, maybe that much. Which means that this, in turn, would come down. And then the water would sort of come along and then maybe expand through here and out. Well, this is the Roanoke colony right here that we're considering. The train tracks aren't going to go through just like this. So if we did keep this thing going like it is, we would lower this section here. Yeah, the trappers area I want to do some other stuff with too. So if this is the low area here, and then we'll have to figure out how you wind your way down. There should be a pretty nice bridge across at some point for the railroad as we drop down. And then Boston sits level. St. Louis might be up one or two. Problem is we have the train that I don't want to adjust the height for, but we could figure that out potentially. And then this trappers area, I'm not sure yet. Like I like the idea of having it way down in a valley. Excuse me. But at the same time, I don't want this to be a waterfall as well because we've already got an outflow on this side if we're lowering this section down. But and two, if we have a second one on this side, which we might do. Hi, dog. Oh, hi. Sorry. Lily. Quiet down, doggo. Lily has a lot to say. Still has a lot to say. She's staring right at me, wagging her tail. She's ready to go. There may be more barks. Just for your awareness. Sorry. Okay. So if we did bring this down, I'd almost see this whole area as coming down. And beyond too, so not just this. Lily doesn't bark often, but when she does, she's gonna tell you what she's got on her mind. Okay. And then I think we'll want this kids area lowered as well, only because it will help the transition here a little bit. So we'll get that one. Oh. Yeah, she's she knows what she wants. Right now she wants to play. With the chart, you could raise the area to avoid the waterfall going down. Yeah, I think that maybe you're up on more of a kind of precipice here, and this becomes more somewhat of a canyon throughout here, which I think that could be pretty cool from an architectural standpoint or just a landscape standpoint, I guess, that we keep this water level more or less as it is, and we kind of raise both sides of it here, but you get a little bit of cliffside going on the side, and it might make a nice place for the little wood fort of some kind. That may be a good look to it. And then this whole thing will be a nice amphitheater. If we want to lower it even further, we can. But now it sits into the space really well. It's a good kind of lowered spot. We got to figure out what we're doing with the train, though, and kind of how all this comes together. Are we still on zero clearance? Yes. I do kind of like the idea of this area sort of slowly dropping down into the Roanoke space. especially because that civilization was or settlement was more or less kind of cut off, and then it had the mysterious disappearance. So you might even kind of go from here, oh, this piece, and kind of wrap around and down into the space like that, and then Boston would come down and across. I think we had talked about doing a covered bridge at one point, and I think this is the space for the covered bridge. This seems to me to make the most sense for it. There you go, like that. I actually had thought about doing a boat ride sort of thing through there, almost like a Jungle Cruise type ride. That could be an option, kind of like a slow kind of adventure ride type thing. I do think in this space, in our dark ride here in Boston, that I want to do an actual dark ride rather than a coaster, since I like old school dark rides. I was kind of debating doing a hot air balloon ride, like Peter Pan-esque, if you've been to Disney, where it's up above and then we have little scene miniatures down below, and we're looking at, I don't know, whatever the I don't know, Revolutionary War battlefields or something like that, um, as an option. That was my one thought there. My God, I can't stop yawning today. I need to get some sleep. So what I think will become of this is, it feels like I need to have just a little bridge across the water kind of here before the water drops down and then kind of does its thing here, because I do want this to become a larger open space, and that water may loop around and then kind of come out, and then potentially something on this side. Because actually, if let me search real quick. If you look at the Roanoke colony, there was actually very little to see. Like, looking back at some of those, it was really just sort of where are we here? Like this sort of thing. It was just a bunch of piles and little huts, which kind of made me think maybe this is more of like a living history museum. Maybe we got some farming going on and some other stuff, and then there's a boat ride that goes off into the jungle, the wilderness, and something. The challenge is going to be that this area, Roanoke, and the frontier exploration type area are going to look really similar, and that's what I'm a little worried about. But yeah, I think it is going to be a nice kind of secondary support type space. I think it's, and I do kind of like the idea of some sort of a river ride around here. We do have our bridge across because I didn't want to have the railroad tracks interfering, which I think is going to be potentially the benefit here of our access into Roanoke and also Johnny Appleseed, is we can have just a couple of bridges, and then we don't have to worry so much as far as crossings go, because I would like to avoid, we got our one crossing here, which is fine, and we will probably have one over here somewhere. Yep, exactly. They disappeared one day, and we think that some of them went towards some local Indian tribes, and some died off. There's a lot of different theories, although some hold more credence than others. I need to read up on it a little bit more before I get into this, just so that I can at least be somewhat educated about what I'm doing. We're getting a little bit tight in here, which is my only problem, is trying to figure out how to go from this ship here, which I think we'll have like this as like a little breakwater almost, to this river, and then this is where the area is going to start, and then theoretically the area finishes over here, which means that it'll be probably equal size to Salem, just maybe a little bit more dense. But knowing that we've got some work to do here on a river, I don't know if I've ever seen any of those. That's cool. Look them up. Okay. So 4 across is maybe as far as we want to go. If we want to go that far here. The biggest challenge we're going to run into here, and that I'm currently running into, is just being slightly indecisive about how this area gets going. And once we get going on it, it should be pretty quick. We had the benefit of the coaster to anchor the other area to start. So really, we're just needing to get something to anchor us and build outwards from, which is probably going to be the splash battle in the end. But we can... That's actually 3 right there. So let's look at that then. This is our splash battle layout. Now we have the base K splash battle boats, although I am going to ask him if we can get some different ones. Ones that hold up a little better, or at least look a little different. Now I'm actually not, I wasn't doing that sort of thing back when we last did this. It was very glitchy. Interesting. Out of curiosity, what happens if we make this visible again? Oh. Okay, let's try log flume. Let's see what we're... Okay, so that's not glitchy. And if you like Cricket House, to drop it down. I might. Let me check. Are they called? Do you know if they're called Viking boats? I've got Viking boats by Methuselah. I've got these, and then I've got the Walking Warrior. So I guess I don't have that one. I'll have to ask him for those. That would be, I guess, my next step. So I would like to ask Space K for some basically custom splash boat or splash battle type stuff. I feel like the layout is about as good as we're gonna get as far as overall shape goes. There's some things that I'd like to change just a little bit of, but for the most part, I feel pretty okay. Let's go back to Mini Coaster real quick. Oh no. So the log flume track you see here that's sunk down is just a scenery piece, and we're building up above. Hey there, 526. How are you? You having a nice afternoon, hopefully. Okay. I would like to use more of this space just by a little bit, not by a ton. Like, for example, I would love to be able to get this one to bump out right here. Like if we went this way, but we need one extra space, which can't really afford at the moment. Um, hmm. Yeah, so we're trying to get a good layout here that'll fit properly in the space. And also give some good interaction, because that's obviously what the Splash Battle is more than anything else. It's an interactive ride, so we need to do something that's going to get interesting interactivity going. Ideally, not to leave the port area. Now, granted, I can extend that pretty easily if we want. This option doesn't feel quite as long as the other one did. Which is not super ideal. Let me extend this out just a little bit. It's just a little too small in. Yeah, we are gonna get some people in the station probably, and we'll have to figure out what the best way to screen that is. So we might just have some into solid wall stuff here. This building is going to be like a harbor building, which is going to house our maintenance area. So we'll have an arm that sticks out and a big door or something like that, so we can at least have our boats serviced and everything like that. I do like the idea of guests up here being able to do something with it. Okay, so potentially, the fact that we push this out one gives us some options here. Hang on. Let's see. So this way I can stay back. At this point, I actually rode one in China where you could squirt the operator, and the operator got really mad when we shot at him. I was like, "Well, it's in the way. You're in the way." Okay. It's basically how do you get enough kind of back and forth track in here while still being able to hit a good balance between what kind of scenery and what kind of scenery you can get in there. I guess that's true. I'm already on the ride, so it's all right. So to be honest, all of the adjustments that I've made so far, none of them are as good as the layout that we had originally. So right now, that one's still winning, I think. A little too short there. I guess we wanted to play nice. I didn't want to make an international incident. Yeah, I guess I really don't have anything else better than this. So we'll stick with this. Exactly. We'll be ready next time. So we are going to use the wood pieces here, or the wood pieces. We're going to use the rock pieces here. This will be our harbor start. It's interesting to me what kind of a lifespan Flash Battle Rides had, because they were like the hot thing for a really short amount of time. Like, it was one of those things where it seemed like every park wanted to have one and ended up installing them, and then a bunch of parks took them out. It's sort of interesting. I guess the one thing that is key to it is you got to have a lot of people who are going to ride it. And if you don't have a lot of people who are going to ride it, then it's not really any good, because you're just sitting on a boat riding around. I know some of them added target shooters to things so that you can at least have interaction without other guests, but that's sort of few and far between, I think. But it is cool in the fact that it basically encourages you to, or encourages the park to add some good theming to it. The splash battles really aren't much of anything without a little bit of theming. Okay, so because we have the building here, this probably wants to be a viewing spot kind of all the way around, because we want to at least show guests what's going on. And we want to make sure that they know what they're getting in for once they get on the ride, or once they get into the queue here. So we want to have this visible on this side, wants to be visible straight through here, and be visible all the way around here. But probably we ought to have a couple of buildings here on the harbor side. So it may be we temporarily get rid of this. Amazing how much 5x5 takes. I remember doing Dollywoods when it was pretty warm, and I got pretty well soaked. It was worth it. It was fun. Okay, so maybe we've got a couple of buildings set up like that. And then our forefront moves towards here. Okay. What we don't actually have is what the theme of this is. It's a splash battle in Boston Harbor, but we don't really have what the actual theme is. It's not Tea Party related. But yeah, excuse me, because we know we have the Tea Party teacups over here somewhere. So it's not that, but we don't really know what the theme is yet. I suppose. I mean, it is just the harbor, but it feels like we ought to have some kind of I don't know, not necessarily conflict, but a reason for the boats to be there. British and American could be it, yeah. Could be like a naval battle. Because I kind of picture this mostly just kind of floating with various junk and ship parts. Yeah, that could be a good option, as like something on one of the ships has caught fire, or the harbor itself has caught fire. That may be the right move. But open to other suggestions, of course, still. Yeah, and I do want to incorporate the targets to some extent, and I'm not going to use the custom scenery or the I think it's base game, just that target unit because it's just so gigantic. But there's some smaller options. Yeah, there was a couple of big fires in Boston that I was reading about that were pretty intense. It sounded like. Okay. So we're getting there towards a harbor. Hmm. We ought to just go ahead and put these in, whether we're going to end up using this or not. I think it makes sense to use this because it's the same texture as the bridge, and we've used this brick elsewhere. Got that sort of rough-hewn look to it. need to figure out what the fence is, because obviously in the real one you wouldn't have fencing, but being that it's theme park, much less a theme park in the United States, we're going to need to have something. Nice you, dear. Okay. So, thinking about what we can do here. We'll want to put... I think you might be thinking of the Chicago fire, but Boston did have some pretty spectacular fires in its own right. Do we have... I thought we had the post and rope fence diagonal already. Maybe we don't. Because it would seem to me that post and rope fence might be our best option. Here, it might be a little flimsy as far as this goes for guests, but... Ah, yes. Okay. That is true. It's later than we like, but that's not to say that they couldn't have had spectacular fires back during our time either. And what we should do too is carry this through. This is basically docking pieces. Well, that's the thing. Everything was made out of wood. Everything was super flammable, and there were no real fire protection type rules. So it's not shocking that when you look at, for example, old wooden coasters, the general cause was it got burned. Let me take a peek. Well, it is cool artwork. It is interesting that from this time up to that point, even, especially the common thread of describing Boston was a bunch of spires. So you probably ought to at least speak to that a little bit. Whatever we do. I suppose here we'll have some kind of a gangway up onto the ship. You gotta love a good spire. Okay. Uh, and then out here, we'll have to figure out what we want to do with this whole fortress piece. Let's see. Can't be very big, but we'll. Was that what, Lichfield Cathedral? Is it? I still remember something from architectural history. Very little, but something at least. Okay. We did bring the walls in. This is maybe where we employ the walls so we can do something there. Although I do not like that. This side it doesn't look it, but this side it does. We'll get it in there. We'll see if we still like it or not. Yeah, and I took a whole bunch of architectural history classes and nearly had a minor in architectural history. So a lot of those English cathedral, French cathedral, all those sorts of things, we spent a lot of time on all that. So we don't want to make this too big out here, but I want to do something that will at least have some presence, a little bit. Let me look at my picture again. So this is what we're looking at, this stock photo here. So it's got like a building in the middle, it's got some turrets on the sides, it's got a flag. We can do a little 2x1 building. Not ideal, but that'll work. We'll probably do a little bit of a structure. Turrets are possible. Flag is doable. Oh. There you go, we can sort out something there. And the whole thing had a big wall around it. From a wood standpoint, I would think this is like a wood roof building. I think I do want the steep wood roofs though. Go on this one, this one. This one. What's the difference here? Outside corner. Let's see if we can't figure out what the difference is here. as I can tell, there really isn't one. I don't want to unnecessarily have objects, so I should try and pull that out. Take off this one. Just figure in here. Some kind of brown. Another brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be our little, or I want to call it fortification, but it kind of is. Get the other roof trim here later. I guess I can put little, like, 2 dining tables out here, maybe? I'm struggling to figure out what we do in a space of this size. I think what we'll want to do with the walls is basically come out at water level and kind of come up on the side here, so then there's at least a little bit of thickness to it. I'm sort of at a loss there. I do think I want to do guns for the splash battle ride. I would agree with that. It probably makes sense to stick them here. My concern with out here is if we put this tall wall up around the thing, nobody's going to see out. And it's too small for us to get a... anything major in there. But what we could do is expand it out a little bit. And then maybe we have this. Just for illustration purposes, maybe this is our kind of fort as it turns out, and then you have cannon pieces at the ready out here. Is street pole. Maybe there's like 4 of them right here, and those are what we'll use to spray everybody. This. Right with that. A little small fountain. Okay, and then I think just underwater maybe? These waterfalls are nice. We're gonna have to use those dulcimer pieces when we do get to that. Wait, I guess I might as well take those. Oh, there's a water spout piece somewhere around here. And we have no shortage of fire pieces should we need them. Articulate. You know which piece I'm looking for? It's the little water spout. This is another jet. There it is. Or water jet. Okay. We've got oh, that's fast, that's slow. Ah, that's a jumping fountain. We're gonna have to do this to get rid of it. That was gonna be a mess. Alright. Is this centered? I forget that it's. I always forget that they're centered. I'm sure we'll have to. We can grab one of them that's out somewhere. Here's our little fountain, which will work just fine. And then we've got a nice particulate, which, if we do that, if we want to do a fire, we can have that looking pretty good. So those should go well. Okay, and then these is the warehouse buildings. Question being, what do we want to do with them? I'd put dining by the water, except for the fact that the splash boats would take care of them and splash everybody. And unless we just put a big wall, the problem is I'm trying to avoid like big glass walls because it just doesn't make sense for the era. But I don't want to do something solid. What's the problem with the splash battle is you kind of open it up to anywhere that splash can reach is now fair game. Okay. Now we'll probably have the station as more open air, maybe, than this being a little more enclosed. We'll kind of continue our seawall down here, I think, on this side. Maybe we can put some rock rubble out here just as a little breakwater. Not quite happy with how it's all laying out just yet. We'll get there. It's just going to take a little bit of doing. I do like the idea of having a back street here at some point. So we will have a facade, this little facade of buildings on this side. Your big facade is going to be along the whole thing here. I don't know if our meeting house or whatever that is right here, or if it's elsewhere. It seems like it should be right here, or right here looking into the space as we come into the area. Because this seems like a pretty big gathering type space. Then you could have some buildings here, although you want the ship to be a little bit of a pride of place. So as you have guests coming across this bridge, you don't want to have them look across here and want to see the ship blocked by whatever else. Not that the ship is huge, but it is going to be one of the larger things. Make this brown. What I haven't done yet is looked up like a famous ship to figure out which one it should be. If it should be any particular one. Maybe there's I don't know, maybe there's something that would work. This feels about the right amount of boats, though. Because you get a lot of that interaction, you can spray everybody. Boy, this middle spot here would be running the gauntlet, because you're going to get hit from both sides. That's going to be a tough one. Yeah, Titanic didn't make it. Although I do think, as far as sunken ships go, we probably want some ship parts and bits and pieces and stuff in here too. I really want to connect this around so the guests can all walk on everything, but I don't think I will. Not yet. We do, at some point, have to finish this bridge across. And figure out what this is going to be. I kind of think this will be just like a big truss type bridge where, what, 1, 2, 3 high here. Which means that we could get by, see. Oh, entirely wrong. Fantastic. Okay. So here's the train right now. Does this cut through? Kind of sort of clips through. Could always do this, and then I'm sure we'd have like a pier here. So we'd be able to cross the train tracks, have a pier, span, and then have another pier. And then this would end up being wood. We debated about this when we first put in this bridge the last time, and I had mentioned that I wasn't a huge fan of the width because it seemed too wide compared to what everything else is doing here. Have a good night. I didn't actually weigh in today. I had a loss on Friday when I weighed in, so that'll be. We're trying to do our weigh in every Friday, although I may also add like Wednesday or something, so I get 2 points. But I was down on Friday, so we'll take that as a hopeful win. And my thought is Friday's before the weekend, so that way, if I do happen to screw up a little bit on the weekend, then I'm in slightly better shape. Okay. So it is this one, this one, this one. I'll make sure I get it. And have a good night and keep it up as well. You're doing great. Okay. Hey, Pete for Live Gaming. Welcome. How are you? Having a good evening or morning or afternoon, wherever your time zone is. I kind of like the idea of having more stone-based bridges, although this is an awfully large bridge for something stone. You know, we should have some kind of an archway also, I think. That should exist. I know we have the half diagonal one, but there you go. Okay, getting towards evening. Yeah, so I think you're right. And what I'm looking at right now is basically just a kind of an arch in the middle here, perhaps over top of the water, and then maybe it's just a truss across the rest of it here to cross the train tracks. Not quite sure where we want to land. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. We're getting a little bit longer here and just trying to continue to build on our little park here that we've been working on for 5 or 6 streams now. We're getting closer. I have done a little bit of half diagonal. I don't like it because I don't think it really looks great in general. But I have done a little bit of it. So we're slowly working on that. That's sort of the new meta that everybody's going to, and I'm not sure I'm sold yet. But that said, I'm willing to give it a try and see how it goes. One of the things that we are going to need to pay attention to is color, because red is an easy additive color here, especially with the brick, and we'll have plenty of red on this side. But I don't know if we want to get another color or two in there. Because we don't want it all to be browns, grays, whatever else. Thankfully, we've got this green, which is pretty user-friendly kind of wherever we want to go. And we'll carry that along the front here as well. Yeah, like a double arch. I wonder if we've got a diagonal arch in that type of finish. See what we've got. Hey, Marcel, how are you? Thanks for coming by. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How was your stream today? You guys continue on your Mega Park or Giga Park, I guess? Fantastic. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. My name is Brian Andrelczyk. I am a real-life theme park designer who likes to play RCT and Parkitect and teach how to build realism in the game. So that's what we've been doing here for the past little bit. We've been working on a custom scenery colonial America themed park. So we're about 24 hours in of build time here. As we're sitting here, we're almost a year 50, so we're making some good progress, I would say. We've got kind of one area mostly wrapped up, sort of a little tiny area somewhat wrapped up as well. And we're kind of working our way into the next areas, and we're getting there. It is a slow slog of a process, as is most custom scenery type building. So that's why it's taking as long as it is. We can do a quick tour here. Oh, thank you, Dalunan, for the follow. So we got our kind of entry area here, which is Philadelphia. Colonial Philadelphia is what we're intending for. All the markings are just for helping us figure out exactly where we're going to go. So, like the snow here is for the water. The red is all for the potential different areas. We've got the kind of red sand here for some pathways. This rock is for a dark ride potentially, and some other stuff as far as that goes. It is always sunny. We'll put a nice cover over it so it never rains, and we can make sure that's always true. So we'll have our Philly area, and then we have over here a Salem, Massachusetts area. So kind of Salem witch trials sort of thing, kind of almost two little mini areas together. We've got our wooden coaster up here called the Crucible, based on Raven at Holiday World. So it's got this sort of CCI-esque layout with a lot of underbanking and nice little tunnel, a couple of tunnels actually. Take a ride here, including our signature dive over the water, which that coaster is known for. I still need to build ourselves a custom support for all that. And then final dive down here into the kind of valley behind the park, I suppose, and then a quick little double up into the brakes. So not too bad there. We've got a nice little custom Troika ride here. We've got a custom carousel ride here to theme to Paul Revere, which we finished last stream. And then this stream here, we've been building this guy over here, which is Paul Revere's house, which is based off of his Paul Revere's his real house in Boston. And he was a silversmith, so behind here we've got our Paul here, the silversmith, doing that. And actually, aha, it's working. Shoot, he just left. But we have an invisible Virginia reel ride underneath of this, so that theoretically, on occasion, the guests will stop and watch. There we go. Here it is. Watching construction of silverwares. So we have a little ride buried here, and since the guests will stop and watch the construction on occasion, now they'll stop and watch this guy doing his stuff. So I thought that was kind of a fun little detail. And we'll have some shops and stuff inside that we'll eventually kind of work our way through. So this took most of our 3-4 hours that we've been live with so far, but we're getting there. It's been, like I said, it's been a slow process. We've been kind of refining this as it goes along. We're now moving over into our Boston area, and starting to work this out a little bit with a splash battle here in Boston Harbor. We will use some custom vehicles eventually, but for right now, we've got a hidden mini coaster track that the ride is actually running on, and then the log flume track underneath is just purely for the visual of it, so that's buried at the half tile level. And yeah, welcome. Thanks all for the follows as well. Thanks That Feeling Bard, thanks Hypnoba, thanks Razorpunk, and thanks Metropole Modern for those follows. I do appreciate you guys joining in. So we do stream on Sundays at 2 o'clock typically, and go for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours here. And we also stream Parkitect on Thursdays, which is something we've been doing lately, doing some of the campaign mode on that game, which has been a lot of fun. So feel free to join for that. We've also got a Discord channel as well, and all of those sorts of things. What real life theme parks have I worked with? So I work with one theme park. I live in Orlando. I work with SeaWorld here in Orlando, and I do run the design engineering department in the park. So worked on a number of water slides, worked on a number of a couple coasters now. So Mako, Icebreaker, things like that. So I do essentially project management, and I also work with the design teams because it's a collaborative effort no matter everything you do here, and make sure that what we get is what the various in-park stakeholders are looking for, and make sure that everything comes out built properly and in the way that it should be. So it's a pretty cool job. Certainly lucky to be doing what I'm doing. I'm very happy with it. So it's very cool. You get to touch a lot of different things, which I do appreciate as far as all that goes. So it's a fun job. Oh, Daytona, that's great. I'll be headed out to Daytona here in 2 weeks for the 24 hours race. I do kind of like my sports car racing and all that. Oh, and thank you too for all the more follows here. Thanks, Magic Mr. Postman. Thanks, Sutterly, maybe? BB Smith and Goblin Respecter. I apologize if I have ruined any of your names because I'm terrible with that. But I will do my best. But yeah, so hope you guys enjoy hanging out here. We do have a Discord channel actually if you want to join that as well. There we go. We're a pretty small community at this point, but figured I started out doing more or less tutorial type work, and it seemed pretty well received. So I've kind of expanded out into actually building all of this type of work, and we started this park here last year, and we're going to continue it through till we finish. Hopefully we'll finish this year. I'm not totally sure if we will. It's probably unlikely that we're going to finish this year, but we're going to give it our shot and see what we can do. Typically, parks of any kind of decent size take me 2 to 3 real years to finish. So it's certainly a time commitment and a build, but as long as you can get interested enough in it, then it works well enough. But you gotta be into it, and that's why I said I will say that the streams are not for everyone, because sometimes, like for example, building just this in like 3 hours, but it takes a little bit. But we do talk through all the details. We go back and forth about what we're going to do and why we're going to do it, and it ends up working out. It can be kind of fun. But yeah, it's the challenge is finding the thing that you want to do that you don't get tired of. I don't know how many abandoned parks I've had that have been interesting, but just not really what I'm looking for. So it just kind of fell by the wayside, and I just never finished it. Like, I've been playing this game since 2002 when it came out, and I only have probably 3 large solo parks that I've ever released at any kind of high quality level, and then a couple competition parks and things like that. But so we've kind of been jumping around today since we finished this one, just trying to figure out what the whole vibe of all this is going to be, because there's definitely a challenge, and I think there's this little bit of a hurdle to starting an area, and I have a very hard time kind of jumping into it initially because I'm very careful about what we're doing and how we're doing it. So trying to decide how this is going to be set up. So the general idea is, like I said, this is Boston, Colonial Boston. We'll have some kind of a main bridge across to this side, like a meeting house here in the middle, sort of church-like type building with a tower and all of that. Then we'll have some kind of screening buildings on the backside here that will be shops and stalls and stuff like that. We'll have some employee areas behind it. I see this as one main street kind of along the water side, and then a central block of buildings, and then a back kind of alleyway street perhaps. And then this gray building here, or gray plot, is meant for a dark ride, and it's a little small for a dark ride right now. But I'm thinking that it's going to be some kind of tracked dark ride. We were debating whether we wanted to do a coaster there or not. I think more so it wants to be a tracked dark ride at this point. My thought right now is a kind of hot air balloon ride. So if you've ever ridden Peter Pan at Disney, something kind of up above that is suspended and slow moving and looks down on a bunch of like miniature scenes. So I feel like that could be a cool way to go about doing a dark ride here. What we've seen from various old pictures and just old paintings and stuff of colonial Boston is a lot of the buildings top out around 4 stories or so, and that should be enough to give us a nice kind of screen along the front of this, and then we can also lower down the back side of it so we can get a nice height inside the building. Housekeeping? Hey Techno Fuzzy, how are you? And thanks, Hypnoba, I appreciate that. It's looking good. I'm happy with how it's turning out so far. For those who are asking about the areas we said so far, Philly, Salem, Boston. Then we have on the front here Roanoke, which is the famous village that disappeared. So, or the inhabitants disappeared. So we'll have this sort of wilderness type mystery area over here. Then right in this kind of small area here, we'll have a kids area, sort of Johnny Appleseed type, just fun fairy tale and just historical type stuff. The backside of the park here, as we come out of Boston, is going to be sort of a 3-parter. So we'll have our gateway to the west here, which is St. Louis, in this space right here. Not quite sure how we're going to differentiate that from Boston yet, but we're kind of working that through. And then across the river, which is going to come through here, we'll have our wilderness, sort of Lewis and Clark type exploratory area. We're going to have a bobsled coaster there as our anchor coaster back here. We're also going to have a rapids ride. And then up the river from the St. Louis area, we're going to have a kind of trappers, fur traders sort of area, sort of, alongside Canada, maybe Quebec almost, maybe not that far north, but we'll have those sorts of things. Probably raised up from the water, so you get a little bit of cliff there, a little bit of viewing, and then in between all of these and behind the Boston area, we're going to have some sort of a Native American type area. We'll either pick a tribe or pick something that we can go with for them. Thinking potentially a Vekoma flying coaster in here. Not the new kind, the kind of older classic kind. Definitely a custom layout if we do that. Hey Damselfish, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome in. For the Roanoke area, I want a coaster of some kind. It is likely going to be like a mine train of some sort, but we're not quite sure how that is. I mean, really, we're looking at wilderness. Between this one and the Lewis and Clark area are quite similar as far as just overall vibe goes, and it's just a lot of wilderness. So it seems to me that a mine train or something like that will work well there. And then our trapping area will be the last something, and I don't know what that one's going to be yet coaster wise. We're still kicking around some options, but this is probably going to expand back a little further here, but we'll clean this all up then once it's done. But theoretically there's 1, 2, 3, 4 and then a 5th coaster here. Then of course we'll have a kids coaster in that area as well. But we were trying to figure out earlier on stream what the theme of the little Boston Harbor splash battle is going to be. It's not going to be Boston Tea Party because we're going to make a custom shoestringed teacups ride that will fit that bill. But I think we want to do something slightly different. I just don't know what it is. We've had mentioned potentially it's like a fire, or potentially it's a I don't quite know what it's going to be, but we're going to figure out something with it and see what the options are, because we've left a little bit of space here for theming, not a ton, but we can do some kind of shipbuilding type things and some other good options. So we'll sort that out when we get to it, I guess. We do have this building here, which is going to be our maintenance building for this whole thing, and I kind of want to make it just look like a shipyard type structure, and that way we can have something themed and still fitting into the overall space. Probably has the same seawall texture that we're going through for the whole thing. This will not be an occupiable building, it'll just be sort of there. Grab this wood. And I said earlier, we need to look at colors, because red is very easy to use elsewhere, but we need some variety in here just to make sure that we've got enough going on. Not yet. So, I'm not real pleased with what we've come up with so far, as far as the overall shape of it. I'm not entirely certain that's where it wants to sit just yet. What I really need to do is screw around with this little peninsula, because it's a couple of things right now. It's sort of a no man's land between Philadelphia, Roanoke, and Boston. Kind of sort of how this Paul Revere area ends up being a no man's land between Boston and Salem. The challenge I run into is what is this? It's kind of just wilderness on a hill. What I might have is some fortifications up top. We've got our potential for a Ferris wheel up here. I'm not quite sure if that totally ruins the vibe of it or not, or if a Ferris wheel is fine. So we could go that way. I do kind of like, as I'm thinking through it right now, I do kind of like the idea of a some kind of fortification or like battery up here that would work really well from kind of Philly across over. Washington Crossing the Delaware. For the Far Side comic, Washington Crossing the Street. That one was always one of my favorites. And you're right, though, it is just full of bricks. Colonial East Coast architecture. It's all very much that. Let's see here. We do want a... Do we have it? I don't remember if I've gotten the support yet. What do I use for back here? Liam. Oh, not Liam. Liam. Alright, go ahead and get these just to have them. Those I don't quite know what for just yet, but we'll take them. All right, I am looking for these. God, the new save format's amazing. I love the ability to just select without a whole lot of care, and not have to worry so much about my 256 small objects or whatever else and all that now. It's just so nice to be able to have essentially freedom to select whatever you want. There you go. Okay. Really, dog? Dog has a lot to say today, so apologize if she's loud. Well, kind of, sort of, in the middle, which is not what I was looking for or expected. I guess I should have expected it, but I didn't. I wonder if I can make this look less bad with some scenic pieces here. That's center. What is centered? I guess it does. Duh. That sort of gets away from what I wanted to do there, but that's okay. We can be fine with that. Let's put back what we had before. And we'll just use one of these. Okay, so the idea is that there's a davit arm that's attached to this this door here. So this door could open up theoretically. It can grab that boat, it can winch it up, and it can stick it back inside the building, and then this is where they do all the maintenance on it. A little bit of theming, and I think that rock wall piece, I know I got the other one. Where is it? If the challenge of objects is finding them, especially the new ones. We have these two, which I know we had. Make this a little brighter so it doesn't actually blend in with everything. Aha, here it is. I guess that's all I needed. Brighten it up a little bit. And in the end, I'm going to decide not to use it. Bye. Put something here just to give this little walkway a bit of dimension. I don't really know what it would be for. Okay. And then let's add something to the end of this to give it a little more detail. That's our winch. Now the station itself, need to figure out the best way to do this. Let's make this visible for just a minute. I think I want the exit to be actually fully at the back of it. And what we might do is turn it and kind of have it exit up the path here on the side. That way we don't even have to worry about it on the front side. Because we'll need a locker building here for people's clothing or like loose articles and that kind of stuff. Not clothing. I don't think you take your clothes off for a rent like this. That'd be a little awkward, maybe. Okay, so that would exit that way. And then our Q. Suppose it's a great business model depending on who your targets are. Alright. I'll spray down the seats a lot. I feel like that gets a little gross. Alright, cricket house mode. So now that way that drops them down to the water level, which works for me. Okay. That's interesting that it's going to glitch through in that manner. I'm guessing we can fix that. That shouldn't be a problem. One of the comments earlier that we were talking through is, do we need to put a solid wall here? Because aren't all the splash battle guests going to just totally destroy the ride operator standing there? And the answer is probably yes. I'm not quite sure what the plan wants to be yet as far as that goes. I think we can do something there. I'm just not quite sure what it'll be. Alright, let's... In all likelihood, I'm going to leave it open. I'll probably put like a screen or something there. I'm trying to avoid glass if we can do it, only because it just seems like something that... I mean, it's a bit of an anachronism as far as you really wouldn't have glass at this point. You'd have like smaller leaded glass, but not like a big old panel. I'm kind of wondering if we can do something similar, but we'll... Actually, this needs to go up by one. Get rid of all this. 2, 1, 2. Only reason I say get rid of that is because I want to go one taller, so then we can put a roof overhang without getting into the davit arm there. It's kind of funny though, about 3 streams ago I think I said that we were going to get into coaster soon, or another coaster, and we were all very excited about that, and then here we are, this long into it, and still one coaster, still very little the rest of it. Actually, this ride kind of went in without a whole lot of fanfare as far as all that, so we'll get there. The problem is we're probably now even more streams away if we're gonna do this Boston area next and we aren't gonna put a coaster in here, then that's a bit of an oops as far as planning goes. But stick around and you'll see it. That's how I'll keep you guys to keep showing up. Maybe a coaster next week. Show up and find out. Alright, we need a wood roof. It's not a bad idea, to be honest, to Family Boomerang. That could honestly be what goes into the kids area after all. But I like the idea, and I think we probably ought to have something. It doesn't work anymore. So we the new save format kind of killed it, so we gotta sort that out. But because you did well, or you redeemed it, we will make sure Kevin L here pays the price. So sorry, Kevin L. This is what happened the last time. I think her name was Olga something. So, and then we will also add a another gravestone up here, just Now, being nice, we're gonna send the family a 5-pack of fast or a 4-pack of fast pass tickets, and we'll sweep that all under the rug. It's all part of the business, unfortunately. I think there is an explode cheat. The stuff that you'd see the commands for down in the description here in my Discord profile used to be a cool little chat interactive thing. I think Marcel used it before as well, but Ali 414 in the community made that originally, and it's really cool. Unfortunately, it just became I don't know if obsolete is the word, but non-workable once once all the new save format stuff came around. So a little bit of a sad time, but hopefully we will have it back here at some point. I know he said he was going to try and work on it. So I am holding out some hope that we may see it. I have not seen the Everything Must Die plugin. I do have the one plugin that I needed for Split Vision's game that he built. That you need to have a that when a coaster crashes or whatever, it destroys stuff around it, which is kind of interesting. Because I actually didn't even realize that's what it had done, or what it had done, because Split just sent it to me and said, "Hey, install this so you can test my park," and I did. And then later on, I was building, and I was destroyed a coaster, and it just destroyed half of my building, and I was like, "What the hell?" This is surprising. Interesting. I will have to check that one out. That sounds fascinating. It'd be a nice alternative to what we've got here. He was very confused because it changes the land types and everything. It was great, but it was just not what I was expecting at all. So I need to figure out a good seawall for the edges here, because it's all going to be kind of. This one will be wood here, wood and posts, and then probably a wood walkway. We can probably go ahead and just call that. We know that this will be this kind of wood. The only reason I see this one as being brick is because the fortifications are out here, so theoretically the British or whomever would have built that out as a brick one, which means that these would not be. Oh shoot, that's on the half. Figure that out. I guess it is kind of like the Columbia as far as that goes. Need to figure out what this builds out to be, and it'll probably be some kind of a structure like this, and probably some kind of a structure like this. And if we're feeling real bold, we might do something coming off diagonally here. Where is it? Maybe just something on the diagonal, like something to mark with. All right, here we go. All right, Marcel, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for bringing your community over. Have a good night. We'll talk to you later on. Okay. So maybe we'll have something like this. And then this will need this, this. Adidas. Close enough. Actually, depending on how we set this up, this could be the entrance here. We could have sort of a walk-through path on this side. The only challenge we'll have to pay attention to is what we're doing for this. So this street may end up being pretty wide, because if we have this as a, let's call it even at this height. Well, that might be a little low for this height. That could be a lot. Don't want to block anything, so thankfully 3 is not quite enough space, so we can back this thing out. The nice thing about these markings and the way that we're building this is sort of outwards from one centralized area, so we're not going to pinch ourselves later, which is the bigger concern. I want to basically flow into, initially my plan was to flow into Philadelphia, since that is sort of the obvious place to go next, being the entrance, but I think the Boston area is going to unlock a bunch of different stuff for us, because once we finish Boston, we can kind of go in any one of these directions. We'll probably kind of go towards Roanoke and then maybe up towards Philly afterwards, but let's see. Yeah, I mean, Laugh Track's a good spinning coaster, and I actually thought about that. We thought about using, because I'm looking for a lot of like 1980s 90s type coasters, because I see this park as like a slightly older one that hasn't had a whole lot of new stuff for a little while. I've got a Schwarzkopf Jetstar 2 that I built, which would fit pretty well in there. But I kind of want to do just an actual dark ride, only because I'm not quite sure where else in this park I'm going to be able to do that, and I don't feel like we see enough dark rides in this game. Only because it's kind of hard to execute one, but it would be nice to have. It would be nice to have something that would fit in there. But I do see several kind of slow-moving track rides, so we'll have this as a dark ride. We'll probably have some kind of like a horses type ride, like you would see on a single rail track. I think Rider Entertainment sells those. And then we'll have this boat ride down here. And other than that, it's all mostly thrill rides. Still not quite sold if we want to put a tower in or not. If that wants to be a detail. Well, I kind of like a tower, but you're just picking the best of them, aren't you? There, everybody loves a good Zamperla Valair. It's been a while since I've ridden one. I really just don't want to have to do it again. Ah, we can paint it red on the sides. There we go. That looks better. I know you like your chance toboggans. One day you'll get to ride one, and then you'll see. Okay. want that puppy. Darker maybe. Darkens it up. That darkens it up just enough. Let's grab these lights. Honestly, these lights so far have been the most useful, I would say. And we'll cover those. Yeah, an arrow custom looper is probably what we can put in the trappers area. Just something that's got a little bit of inversion to it, but doesn't have a whole lot. That way our two inversions will be here and here. What is the most accurate thing about RC2? How stupid the guests are. The real life guests are probably just as stupid. There you go. How those guests can be. I hate to say that, but it's true. I don't know. It is interesting, kind of looking at how some of the simulations are and how some of these things set up. But yeah, it's for the most part we're missing a whole lot of this. It's a very arcade game compared to real life, but it is definitely that. And yeah, that's the thing. It's just trying to make a thing idiot proof, not in the fact that they're going to get hurt, but it's like how can you make it so that it doesn't get destroyed. So like we had a little interactive game at one point in our park, and it had a TV screen, and then it had like 4 turtle shaped controllers, and they plugged in like underneath the counter, so there was a little slit in the counter where they sat, and it was plugged into the thing, and it was you kind of move the thing around. It was sort of like a Wii controller where you had the motion activation type thing, and the guest kept pulling out the cables and everything. And so we had, of course, a secondary cable tied into there, which is attached underneath and had like an eye bolt in there, and it kept getting pulled out and kept getting pulled out and pulled out, and we changed it to aircraft cable, and then and then like a bolted connection on the bottom, and then instead of the cable getting ripped out, then the actual controller was getting ripped out because that was now the weakest thing. So eventually you ended up with 2 aircraft cables, and we had a whole stack of spares of these units just kind of sitting around because just nobody was gentle with it, and it was all just a gigantic mess. So that's kind of the typical thing that I expect when working with the public. It's just there is no gentle handling of anything. It's a very heavy abuse type world, and just trying to make sure that paint isn't going to get picked off or scraped off or carved in, or you're not going to have somebody sitting on top of a queue railing, or if you do, you're going to make sure that nobody can fall off of it. You're going to make sure that you spray paint "Do Not Climb" on every piece of anything that could potentially be even considered to be climbable. So all of these sorts of things that you gotta really think about, and it's just always a little bit sad because you're just like, come on, is that even really a thing? And then you think about it and you go, yep, it's a thing. Yes, we'll try and do it. So there's plenty of just stupid guests and guests who jump the fences and try and get loose articles and things like that. Oh yeah, that's I would guarantee you that they have at least one jumper on Living with the Land today. Guarantee it. We have it too on our Journey to Atlantis boat ride. You get people who want to step out all the time. and that's why there's the restraints on Splash Mountain now at Disney, and it's not necessarily that they work, because they don't really work. They're just sort of there, but it's more of a deterrent of, no, don't get out. You don't need to get out. There's no reason for you to get out, so stay the heck in the boat. And so that's pretty standard stuff. Even called what he was trying to do with this one. And yeah, you're right. There's the rules are there because somebody else did something stupid, and now here we are. I kind of like it, but not really sure what it's doing. Let's see what other stuff MKX has got. Yeah, that's what it looks like, is steel shoring walls, and I don't want it to be steel because that's what we wouldn't have or didn't have, but it may be the best option as far as just a visual goes. Maybe we'll come up with something else. I think we want vertical pieces because you want it to look like piles. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always disappointing when you try really hard to make something guest proof or whatever else, and then you see how quickly the guest can destroy it. It's always a little bit demoralizing. But the thing is that the guest paid a ton of money to get down here, and you get the park tickets, and you pay for parking, and you pay for, foods and drinks and lodging and all that kind of stuff, and they checked their brain at the door. Their brain was turned off when they flew in. So you kind of have to expect that it's going to happen, and just figure out what the best way is to handle it. And it's not necessarily the fun aspect of it, but you're right. I mean, it is the seeing the guests enjoying the rides and everything, which is more so the fun part, and that's what makes it worth the doing. Icebreaker at SeaWorld Orlando opens on February 18th this year. That was the first coaster that I had a reasonable hand in doing some design work on, and I am very excited to see what the guests are going to think, because it's just getting guest comments in general. Like it's a long time coming with COVID delays and everything else, and I'm very just ready to see reactions and everything else. So it should be fun. You should be. There should be some YouTube interviews and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure Midway Mayhem will interview me and all that. Thanks, Hope. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a good night. This is annoying. It's glitching through. But yeah, the marketing asked me to do some media stuff, so I will be available for interviews and all that kind of stuff. Oh, that's great. Yeah. Nope, it's it didn't. It's on the other side of the park. We actually just repainted Kraken. It's a very nice shade of like deep green with sort of teal supports, and it's running better than ever. So it did well. We actually squeezed Icebreaker in. It is a very tight fit on the other side of the park by what was the Mango Joe's restaurant. Now it's Altitude Burgers. But it is squeezed in there right along the lakeside, and it should be a lot of fun. Yeah, I am a big fan of the Premier launch coasters too. I think Premier always gets the best of raps, but I feel like in general their stuff is pretty good, and I do like the rides, so I'm excited for it, and it'll be good. Good to see it open finally. I wrote it back in March when we were doing the commissioning for it, and it's a lot of fun. We are marketing it as a family thrill coaster, which basically means that it's got a lower height requirement than, say, like the B&Ms. But it's more thrill than family, I would suggest. There's some solid airtime in there. The reason we didn't get a Skyrocket clone, yeah, there was interest in just capacity for one, so this one can run 2 trains. Granted, it's still not huge capacity because we've got the swing launch with the three, or I guess it's 4 launches because we start launching backwards. So it will take a little bit longer to get through, but we're getting there. Well, if Marcel helped design it, I think we just have half of a corkscrew, and that would be it. Or we'd charge like $15 for it because that's how much we can charge the excitement rating. But yeah, it's it should be fun. I'm excited to oh, like Wavebreaker. Certainly, always looking at different rides and different designs. I mean, as with a lot of designs go, there's for most coasters, the park will reach out to a number of different designers and have them all submit a bid initially. So that's what we did for Icebreaker as well. So there were certainly other concepts and everything else, but this was the one that won out. So it just should be cool and fun to see. All right, so we need to decide too, and we probably won't decide in this stream, but what the pavement is over here. Like, I kind of want it to be a lot of this kind of crazy paving. The pathways are a lot of dirt, but I think we're gonna have to theme parkify this just a little bit, and I think dirt is maybe not quite where we want to be going. Oh yeah, they have a nice space in Baltimore. It's a pretty nice office building too, and kind of renovated area and all that. And yeah, it is always interesting seeing other bids and things like that to see how they ended up turning out. Ah, here's the other one. It's one of the most interesting things, I think, of this kind of job, and it's the excited to be on the inside and being able to kind of see those proposals and see what's being talked about, what kind of things are around. But it's also it's also a little depressing sometimes because you see what could have been, and you look at things and you go, oh man, that could have been an option, or oh, this was definitely something that was being kicked around, and now it's just not, or whatever. They'll provide like no limits renderings and things like that. The professional version of no limits. They'll do all that sort of thing. So you can experience the ride from just the perspective of a rider, which is good. And they'll provide like 3D renderings and things like that. Just really quick stuff initially, but then it gets added on to as you have more money and time. Yeah, I think Infinity Falls turned out pretty well. I'm happy with how the ride landed. It's a pretty soaking wet water ride as far as those go. So it is very, very damp. But they're good rides. No, not typically. For some parks, some smaller parks, they may decide to make their purchases or whatever it is at IAPA, but typically, larger parks like the Six Flags and the Cedar Fairs and that kind of thing already have figured out what they're doing, or already kind of know what's going on. And IAPA is just a place to have face-to-face meetings in a situation where you have everybody in the room. So it's not usually where you're going to see purchases made for the main parks. For small parks, maybe. Generally, IAPA is used also for marketing doing like marketing reveals and things like that. Look at this. So front cars and all that sort of stuff. That was where we revealed Icebreaker's front car and all that. So that was fun. IAPA is fantastic. It's one of those things that if you're into the industry, you really ought to come at some point. Or if you're interested in working in the industry, you definitely should come. It is absolutely my favorite week of the year. It's just super interesting seeing all the stuff there, seeing all the people together, and kind of seeing what all is out there and talking to different vendors and things like that. And for the most part, the vendors are there to talk to you too. Now, granted, having a professional name on a badge helps as far as getting people to talk to you, but that also said is there there's still plenty of the folks who are willing to talk to you and give you the time of day, which I think is always a nice gesture. That's glitching a little bit through the... Let's go dark brown. It may look a little hokey, but that's... Okay, we're not quite sure what we want to do on this side yet, and how that's all going to lay out, but that'll be for next time, I think. I think maybe it's time we call it here, just because I'm not quite certain how I want to do this, and I think it's going to bear a little bit more research and maybe some test stuff that we can get set up hopefully prior to next stream. So little housekeeping things real quick. Next week's stream either is... That's a good time for coaster layout. Maybe it is. Next week's stream is either going to be early on Sunday, or potentially we might shift it to Saturday as a one-time deal. My wife's birthday is coming up, so we're going to celebrate that on Sunday next week. So I won't be available from the usual 2 p.m. slot here. So we may shift it to Saturday. Small chance we may cancel, but hopefully we'll still move forward with it. But if you hang out in Discord, join that, or you just follow here, you'll get the go live notification for it. So that should be all right. Let's see what else. Join or subscribe to YouTube channel if you haven't yet, just because that's where I post all the stuff, including the VODs for this. Actually, the last stream from last weekend went up today, so that's up there now. In just straight form, I just uploaded exactly how it was here. The Parkitect ones I am turning into time-lapse videos, but we will be finishing the one Parkitect scenario that we've been working on here this upcoming Thursday, so that'll be here pretty soon. So we'll continue whichever, can't even remember what it was called right now, but anyway, so you can definitely check that out as well. But yeah, thank you guys for stopping by today and hanging out for a little bit. I know we didn't get a whole lot done, but I think that's pretty much the theme of this park, is it's just going to be a little bit of a slog through here as we slowly get ourselves going and get ourselves coming along. Thanks for everybody who stopped by from Marcel's stream and who hung out for a little while. You're welcome back anytime. Good to have you here, and thanks for coming by. So I think we'll call it there and say thank you very much for coming by, and until the next time, we will see you then. Bye now.